What up, everybody? Second? No, you are first.
This is my Ducati Panigale V4, and it has a weird feature that no other bike on the market right now has. Because this motorcycle is a V4, it has two cylinders pointed right at the user. That means when you're sitting on the bike, your legs are coming down on the sides, and it means that your legs can get very hot. Ducati, of course, knows this, so when you're at a dead stop, it has a special little feature. When you're at a dead stop, those two rear cylinders deactivate. And let me show you. You can hear the other two cylinders turn on. This is 2 cylinders, that's 4. Stuff like that makes...
Me and my money attached emotionally. I get a clutch, and if you get too close to me, I'm at the top while I'm posting.
All right, I am here with Greg.
Pierce Morgan covering kneecap support for terrorists. That's interesting. I'm glad that's getting a lot of mainstream coverage because, like, I mean, they do not just simply support Palestine. They literally are just fascist terrorist supporters who hate Jews.
And I want to bring light to a side of you that people don't know, and that is that you're actually a good dude.
We wish that more people knew this, but yeah.
Well,
some warm-up brain rot for the impending Ments.
Let me take a look, retard. Oh, this is gonna be stupid. Jillian Michaels.
Welcome to Her Take, where real conversation happens.
Let me just take a step back and ask a broader question. I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party.
Let's talk about the mistake, though. Lindy, let's talk about the mistake first.
Oh my god. This has to be something to do with her pay. Because I know Cenk Uygur is a greedy jackass, and it seems like he's lying about the amount of revenue Young Turks takes in and their operating expenses. Anna Kasparian is going on a fucking conservative women's talk show. Like, that has to be just a purely cynical decision of, oh, they're gonna pay me more money.
Second, okay? He had a legitimate asylum claim.
Intersex, pansexual, true spirit. What the heck is a true spirit?
Give it to me in English and then dumb it down to 6th grade levels.
I wake up in the morning and I have no spirit, so I'm are they really marginalized?
Can I have two? Like, jeez.
I will be the first one to say that birth control destroyed my life.
The goal is to create lifelong medical patients because that is passive residual income for them every week, every month till the end of that person's life.
You've got real conversation.
Why would anybody listen to women about politics? Ever? Who could possibly have an interest in watching this? Like, even The View isn't really politically slanted. They kind of just blab about nonsense, and it's more social commentary. But why in the fuck would you ever listen to a group of just stupid yapping nonsense women blab about fucking politics?
That happen here, different voices collide, clash, and sometimes even connect. There are no scripts, no echo chambers, and just smart and spirited debates. Ladies, are you ready to jump in?
Let's
ready?
do this.
Just retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard. Skirt donated $2, rate Justin Trudeau's son's music. Oh god, that's gonna be bad.
What's funny as fuck is that after Kneecap was threatened with legal punishment, they put this out saying they never supported Hamas or Hezbollah. If you're gonna support terrorism, do it with your chest.
They want to believe words are more harmful than genocide? So I guess they have no issue with like neo-Nazis who post on Twitter, YouTube, whatever, about how black people are inferior, Jews are evil, women should stay in the kitchen. They're fine with all that because, oh, it's just words. Like, they also absolutely explicitly supported Hezbollah and Hamas. Cowards. Absolute fucking cowards. And it's so representative of how these, like, just white rich people think, who are like, oh yeah, pro-Palestine. They have the luxury of literally not having anything to do with this conflict, and they live in a rich nation. They're wealthy themselves, and then they're trying to go out of their way to convince a bunch of fucking poor people to go to war that they cannot win, sacrifice themselves, sacrifice their children, sacrifice their fucking family. Like, those poor people that they're fucking gaslighting into attacking the Jews, they're the ones that are getting fucked over. And then the littlest kind of, threat of any sort of legal repercussions. Oh, I never said that. I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't mean it that way. Never mind. Like, they're just absolute fucking cowards. Thanks for the donation, retard.
She says, "Have you better back me up? If you wasting time, you better." So I have 3 music videos so far.
Wow, Trudeau's son's a wigger. Who would have known?
Yeah, I think I missed one of the minutes.
Yeah, you gotta. How? You gotta watch that.
I don't have social media.
Come on. Who runs your Instagram? You don't run it?
That's embarrassing.
Hold it all in till you blow. We could get some I could grip on. I know you don't miss, no.
Yeah, that's just terrible. That's actually embarrassing. Thanks for the donation, Skr. Like, guess if it's Justin Trudeau's son. Louis Theroux did a documentary exposing, LOL, the nationalist Israelis made no points other than Israel is a meanie. I didn't realize he did that. I never saw that one. W donated $2. Let me see. White mom calls child N-word, gets doxxed, and raises over 140K amid racial firestorm. White mom's viral slur has ignited a crowdfunding frenzy, with supporters rejecting BLM-era guilt. The fuck? You seen this? The chick is so fucking base. That creep filming in the park was a pedo, although her calling the black kid names was bad. Black kid stole her baby's diaper bag, and the mother reacted with a word. Now she and her family are being harassed.
Did you call him a nigger, the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the nigger word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my business. You call him a nigger? Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody dig into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a nigger?
Yeah.
The little child?
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what
Okay, give me a fucking break. That kid looked fucking old. I gotta see that
Little
again.
kid, you call him a nigger?
Yeah.
The little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna
Are you
do
about to
it.
hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child, 5-year-old, a nigger, the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act like.
That kid's 5? Dude, okay, that... Bro, give me a fucking break. Okay, if this kid is acting like a little fucking shit, like, who cares? She didn't just go up to somebody and call them the N-word for no fucking reason. Yeah, that's hard to believe that kid's 5. That looks like an older kid, like maybe around 8, 9 at least. That's a big fucking 5-year-old.
That's what you're gonna call him.
Yeah, give me a fuck. Yeah, so you know what? If he doesn't want to get called a racial slur, then he can learn to not steal shit. Yeah, dude, that chick's based. People on the internet are fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation though, W.
People don't know it though because you were happy.
It's called The Settlers. Yeah, I've never heard of that one. That's embarrassing that he'd do that.
To stir up drama about anything.
Sure.
Now, I went and I looked at your videos over the past 8 days, and you've raised problems in the last 8 days with me and my bike sprints, with Eddie Hall, with Ashton Hall, with Dr. Mike, and with Alex Eubank. That's just in the last 8 days. And so there's this side of you in person where you're very nice, but then there's a side of you online where you are ready to fight about anything. Explain that to me.
Explain it. Well, I think that I give the audience what they want, and they tend to want drama or beef to get views. And I think that calling people out and talking about that gets people to watch it. But then once they're drawn to the channel with the title, they can watch the video and then see it's not actually all about that. Like you brought up Alex Eubank. Like I literally went to spend like 2 days straight with Alex. We recorded multiple videos, and basically I just defend my videos are not out, but his are out. And it's like, there is no actual beef. Like me and Alex will talk all the time.
Sure.
So I enjoy that. But I think the people who watch podcasts, like I was with Jay Cutler, for example, and they watch that podcast, they're like, I never knew you were like this. And I'm like, because you don't watch my videos. Like I think.
Oh, Sargon made a video about this.
So something very interesting has happened in the United States. And I'm trying to think of a very delicate way of putting this. But it seems, honestly, that just a lot of white people in America have just had enough of the way that they are treated and are expected to respond to ethnic minorities, in particular black people. Now, I want to be clear that I am not in any way encouraging any kind of racial abuse. I do not agree that we should be racially abusing each other at all.
Are there any rap songs you like? There's a few, like, I do like California Love by Tupac. There's one that's fairly recent. Oh, this weirdo. I want to watch that later.
Bro, this chick who said nigga made over 250k on GoFundMe after going viral for that. Insane. Also, Hasan versus Ethan debate is nearly 5 hours. I'd say Ethan decisively won.
I was watching some of it, and yeah, Ethan was absolutely wrecking Hasan. Hasan looked like a fucking retard. Bro, that might be a new scam. If you're like a black dude and you have a white girlfriend, you could create some like bullshit fucking situation on social media where you get your girlfriend to call you the N-word or something, drum up all this drama, and then start a GoFundMe, and then just cha-ching. But yeah, that chick was absolutely fucking based doing that. Like, one, that kid did not look like 5 years old. That looked like an older kid who was closer to 10 than 5. And yeah, like, if he's gonna act like an N-word, get called an N-word. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. So, I like, California Love. There's also Bomb Shots. Bang Bang. It's, yeah, this is like a satanic kind of rap song.
To ring inside your head, just like hell's bells in the Garden of Eden. I eat Adam's apples. Now on Halloween, I put razor blades in kids' apples. Your soul's a dim light. I'm craving your windpipe.
Yeah, that one's cool. There's also some older ones. What was that one? Oh, baby, you got what I need, but you say she's just a friend. That one was cool. Freddie Scott, you got what I need. That one was really cool. Or Biz Marquee, sorry. Screw donated $2. Sorry, I linked the wrong song. Also, what are your thoughts on the CPC getting random MP to resign so Polyev can run in a by-election for a backwards Alberta riding? Do you feel bad about his humiliation? That's actually hilarious. Like, not really. He was being pretty lazy, and, like, he assumed he was running up against Justin Trudeau, and if he was running up against Justin Trudeau, it would have been a slam dunk, but then last minute, you know, Carney ended up running, and then on top of that, Trump was a problem, so if he had put more effort into his campaign, he probably still could have kept his riding, but that's actually pretty hilarious and embarrassing. Yeah, Justin Trudeau's son is about as embarrassing as him. Thanks for the donation, Skur.
I agree with Sakran. I don't care even if you are a racial minority. You can't say you hate white people so much and expect other people to respect your own bigotry. Respect is earned regardless if you're white, black or Asian. Why can't all these SJWs see that?
Well, because they're retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. You like Tyler, the Creator? Who the fuck is Tyler, the Creator again? I don't know. I've heard of that name, but I don't know.
But there is a racial angle to this issue and this story, and I can't properly talk about it without acknowledging that that's the case. So this image is a still from a video that features a young lady, a young mother, called Shiloh Hendricks. Now, I'm not going to play the video because in it she repeatedly uses the N-word because an autistic 5-year-old boy apparently stole something out of her baby bag, and she, I guess, had just kind of snapped. She just kind of had it. And she started calling this boy the N-word. And this was recorded by a Somalian man who was, for some reason, loitering around the kids' park, which we'll get to in a minute. And she was just completely unrepentant. She was like, no, I said what I said. I'm not going to apologize. I'm basically absolutely done with the way that these things keep happening in the United States. And I think this really resonated with a lot of people, and that, one might think, should provoke a national conversation in America about what the standards are for white people and black people, because they're not the same. And we have seen repeatedly standards for black people that would never be accepted for white people, and vice versa, and it's, of course, not in the white people's favour. And I think that I honestly think that part of the issues that people have with the black community stem from this permissiveness about letting them do things that are just otherwise unacceptable in what is supposed to be an integrated mixed race society by liberal standards. And I think this drives a lot of white separatist thought, because, I mean, ultimately, why wouldn't you come to the conclusion that
I am very uninformed on Canadian politics. Would you say that there are Canadian conservatives that like Trump? Would Pierre have done better if he was more dovish on Trump? I assume not, but I see some American conservatives saying this lol.
Americans do not have the slightest fucking clue about Canadian politics. Like, they are so remarkably, insanely ignorant, and anytime they talk about Canadian politics, they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. There are a very small minority of Canadian conservatives that like Trump, but they are like ridiculously minuscule. You're talking about like 1%. So 99% of Canadian conservatives do not like Trump, and then 100% of liberals and other, just normal fucking people, they all hate Trump. So Canadians universally hate Trump, and if Poilievre was friendlier with Trump, he would have done even worse. It would have absolutely annihilated the Conservative Party. So if anything, he should have been far more hostile and aggressive when it came to talking with Trump, because the Liberals actually used that as a talking point during their campaign that, oh, conservatives like Trump. Oh, conservatives are aligning with MAGA. You could see polling rates for conservatives just declining massively once Trump said, oh, I'm going to take over Canada, and the Liberals started accusing conservatives of being friendly with Trump and associating them with Trump. So no, Canadians pretty much universally hate Trump, and that includes conservatives. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I agree with you, although I wouldn't call a kid the N-word myself. I think it was warranted. The guy recording was making it more than it was. He was the Karen lol kids nowadays be big as fuck, must be all the growth hormone laced milk they be drinking.
Yeah, it's just some bullshit Karen shit. Like, why even film it? I mean, just filming the interaction makes it so much more confrontational when it doesn't need to be. Like, apparently he's not even related to that kid or anything. Why wouldn't you just go up and talk to her and ask, like, hey, like, why did you say that? Don't you think that's inappropriate? Maybe you could have handled this better. No, why did you say that to a 5-year-old? Why did you say that to a 5-year-old? Like, so yeah, she handled that situation great, absolutely based, and she's getting a huge ass fucking bag out of it, so good on her. Thanks for the donation, Just Words.
You know who else likes Trump? Some not all American people of color. It's interesting how SJWS keep saying people of color can't be racist.
Oh, people of color are racist as fuck. In fact, a lot of the times they're far more likely to be openly racist because there's no social consequences to them being openly racist, so that is not true at all. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
If you're being treated by one standard, another group of people are being treated by another standard, and their standard is not only superior to your own, which is bad enough as it is, but it also hurts your community, you can see why people would be bothered about that, and they wouldn't want any more of this. Anyway, so the original Rooftop Korean says, yeah, fair enough, because during the LA riots, he was guarding his shop roof while black people rioted, burned down, and beat to death some white people because of Rodney King. And, like I said, this can only go on forever, for so long, and people are going to start really, really, really getting resentful. Now, the chap who was filming was apparently an accused sex offender from Somalia. He was, he and someone else will appear in court on May the 5th after being accused of raping a 16-year-old after offering her a place to stay.
So a accused child rapist is hanging around a children's playground and interferes in this altercation with this woman and this retarded kid who tried to steal from her? Like,
right.
So stupid.
So, an accused paedophile is wandering around a kid's play park and films this. Why is he there exactly? That strikes me as a bit weird.
Really.
Especially as in his defense, he says, well, I didn't do anything wrong, I've been accused. Someone says, why did a 16-year-old accuse you of picking her up at a whatever after she ran away from home after you brought her back to a house and accused you of raping her? And he says when she went back to her foster home, she wanted to play the victim card so attention could not get into trouble. She later said that she was assaulted and admitted, presumably, that she hadn't after she ruined our lives. Now, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to take him at face value on that, because frankly, I mean, he's not a young man. What are you doing grooming 16-year-olds? Just saying, in my country, we have some experience of older foreign Muslim men who spend a lot of their time trying to pick up teenage girls, vulnerable teenage girls who are in foster homes and things like this. Hardly respectable gentlemen is the point. So anyway, why this accused sex offender is hanging around at this park is a question I don't have an answer for. But anyway, so after this, Shadow Hendricks started a Give, Send, Go because she wanted to help protect her family. Because as she says, we've moved into a dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. I called the kid out for what he was. Another man who recently found has a history of law enforcement. Please follow me and record me and follow me to my car. He then posted these videos online, which caused my family and myself great turmoil. She got doxxed. A lot of her stuff has been circulated online, apparently. And she's got problems. And so she created a fundraiser. Initially, it was for $20,000. Then it sailed past that, so then it was a $250,000. And now she's raised it to $1 million, and she's on $350,000 almost.
Whoa. That worked out for her. Dude, I wish I could call some kids the N-word and then make a fucking few $100,000 off of that. Holy shit. Bro, if I could make this kind of money calling kids the N-word, I'd go straight to my local park and just every fucking kid I see, don't even care what fucking color they are. That is hilarious. Mangoose, $20, holy shit, he has a face. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, so handsome. Oh. So nice. Oh my god, that's a beautiful sheep. Oh my god, look at that nose. Oh my god. Oh, so majestic. Oh, so beautiful. Oh my god, so handsome. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, it's a little beaver. Look at him eating with his hands. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, that's so good. He's eating his vegetables with his hands just like a person. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that is a nice beaver. Oh my god. Oh.
Puppy! Puppy!
Wow. So nice. Thanks for the donation, Mangoose. Grey Knight donators, can we react to Pierce later tonight or maybe just tomorrow? We're gonna have to react to that tomorrow. We have way too much to fucking get through with the Hasan thing, dude. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Which is remarkable. Because this story seems to have caught the attention of the white separatist Twitter, and they have decided that no, they are going to use this in the way that the black community uses their fundraisers. And I think that Dissident West here is correct that what is happening right now is basically a proxy race war. This coming so quickly after the Carmelo Anthony incident and the manifest injustice that came from that. I can see why a lot of people are angry, right? Again, just other Austin Metcalf, the lad he killed. And a lot of people are saying things like no more white guilt, no more white shame. This is the only way forward. Why should they have to live with this kind of burden?
Apparently, who the fuck knows? People might be talking shit. But apparently there may be a possibility that that black kid who killed the white kid with a knife at that football game, he may have done it in self-defense. Might have been... He might have crossed the line or something, but some people are saying that white kid attacked him first, so who knows?
And you can see that actually a lot of it is, I'd say, just self-love, right? Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, they aren't saying we hate black people, they're saying we like white people, which is quite different to what was going on Carmelo's one. Before we get to that, though, she's been reported to the police, even though I'm sure that what she's done in America isn't actually a crime because of the First Amendment. I'm reasonably sure she can say anything she likes within reason. And it's interesting that Give, Send, Go decided to wipe the comments on Carmelo's one. So, for example, if you go to his, where he raised $500,000 for murdering a young lad who was white. Totally unreasonable, in my opinion, like utterly barbaric, frankly, and brutal. And the comments are all gone. You don't get to see the messages, just the donors. Very interesting. Because I think a lot of people noticed that, as Karen has pointed out, Carmelo's mentions, the comments that went along with it, were anti-white hatred.
Wow.
I mean, death for the white man. How much worse can you get? Whereas with hers, it's, good luck. I hope you're okay. The tone is so obviously different.
Yeah, dude, there's a very real thing with black supremacists who fucking hate white people. I didn't realize how bad it was, but after that Carmelo Anthony thing, I noticed there was a lot of black YouTubers who cover like sports or red pill content, shit like that. They were all literally saying that same sentiment, like white people don't matter. Who cares if a white person dies? It's absolutely psychotic.
Again, if you're upset that in less than 5 years America went from supporting George Floyd to supporting Shiloh Hendricks, you're really not going to like what comes next. Yeah, well, I mean, people, I think, are really annoyed. I mean, this is just... It's not acceptable that justice is denied when the races are of a certain tone, when the races are of a certain kind. It's just not acceptable. And the black community is not happy about this. For example, let's have a listen.
Yeah, I'm aware TVP is more protein dense. That's because it's being defatted. There's no fat in it. It's also more of a pain in the ass to cook with. So,
Listen to this.
And you guys raised $250,000 for her? I am beyond disturbed. White people should not be forced to live among monkeys. Black fragility is getting pretty tiring. Sometimes to be accurate, you have to use unpleasant speech.
Dude, the Carmelo Anthony shit. Look at the fucking comments on their GoFundMe. Like, give me a break. Nobody said anything.
White advocacy. I want to say that I'm shocked. But I'm not shocked, I'm angry.
Okay. I mean, again, I'm sorry, but this man murdered someone. This man obviously went looking for trouble and murdered someone. And in response...
Again, his legal defense is claiming it was self-defense. He wasn't necessarily looking for trouble, and he may have been attacked first. But regardless, yeah...
He raised $500,000 with many comments like this, whereas she said a word that, don't get me wrong, I don't think that she should be calling a 5-year-old child the N-word. A 5-year-old child often is not very well socialized. A lot of the time they do things that they shouldn't do, and sometimes they do things they know they shouldn't do, and they do them anyway. Trust me, I know. So I don't think that her response was in isolation reasonable, and I don't think she should have done it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to condemn people who, in a wider context, understand that there's something greater going on here. Again, sorry, it was just speech. This was a murder. And it's hardly unique. It's hardly alone in the dynamics of it. And, man, there were loads and loads and loads of people like this. There was a thread, in fact, of it. Where have I got? Yeah, there we go. There's just a thread of them. Furious. Absolutely furious. And trying to get her deplatformed from Give, Send, Go, who, at time of recording, have not deplatformed her. So, honestly, like I said, I don't agree with what she's done, but I can understand that she probably doesn't have a huge amount of money, probably lives in a rough area. I mean, why else would you be at a park where Somali accused sex offenders are prowling?
Yeah.
And, sorry, this is just too damn bad. Just too damn bad. I mean, again, if the standard wasn't so evidently set by this community, then maybe I would have more of a problem with it. If we didn't see this repeatedly, and this is not the first time, there have been many others. The George Floyd fundraisers were, again, eye-opening, absolutely eye-opening, that the level of resentment many people in the black community hold towards the white community, even though I don't think the white community in America deserves it at all. I think they're insanely tolerant people, generally, and what they're upset about.
You're not a doomscroller, so you probably don't know, but Terry's is a trend right now about the question if 100 unarmed men could win in a fight against a gorilla. I say yes, gorillas don't have much stamina and we just need one to take out its size. Thoughts?
100 people is way more than enough to take out a single gorilla. You could easily do that with half as many people. I think You could probably, with a high degree of certainty, kill a gorilla with 10 full-grown men. Even 5 might be enough. But I would say with like much greater than 50% chance, like 70% chance, 10 grown men could probably take out a gorilla. Even 5, I'd say it's probably like 50-50 at that point. And then as you increase, like 100 people absolutely could take out a full-grown gorilla. And yeah, like you mentioned, they don't have great endurance. They're not like so fucking strong where if like 100 people piled on top of them, they'd be able to do anything. So yeah, easily 100 full-grown men could take out a gorilla. Thanks for the donation though, David. SV donated $2. Let me see. Wow. He actually kept his cool. That's impressive. Thanks for the donation, SV. Pink Lemonade
Why
goes,
do all these black people these days hate white people so much?
I have no idea, dude. I can understand them not liking the police. I have no fucking idea why there's this like weird resentment of white people. I'm assuming it's probably related to them being broke-ass fucking losers. And they probably see a lot of rich white people on social media or something, and then because they're fucking losers and racist, they just end up hating white people because they think they got it better than them. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Pink Lemonade Ghost $22. Was this part of your mushroom trip? I have seen the intro to the show. I don't think we ever watched this in school. But yeah, I've definitely noticed some of my teachers got lazy and would just put on a like movie or something. But no, I never saw anything like that during a mushroom trip.
Yeah, you got bloody knackered, you did. Alright, cheers. Cheerio, mate. Finally, I can stop talking like a fucking idiot.
That's good. Landlords be like $1,500 a month, 2 months rent for deposit, no pets, no smoking, must have 800 credit score. Yeah, really. Yeah, that's literally what it's like now. Oh. Oh my goodness, look, they're all friends. Oh, those are such good friends. I really like that warthog. Oh my god. Oh, they're so nice. That's really nice. Thanks for the donation, Pink Lemonade Ghost. Kid B donate $2, facts or cap. Let me see. They're not attracted to what a woman is outside of her sexual organs. Wait, they're not attracted to what a woman is outside of her sexual organs.
Heterosexual men don't like women for real. They don't. They like women sexually, but they don't like women. They're not attracted to what a woman is outside of her sexual organs. So then when we get into why a lot of men womanize or why it's just
I mean, the face isn't a sexual organ, but I do like fucking girls in the face.
Just they're minimizing a woman based off of who she slept with or who she potentially can sleep for, because it's like you haven't gained the appreciation of the wholeness of a woman yet and what that wholeness of a woman can bring to your life. A lot of times we're talking.
Most women will not be able to bring anything to your life. Like, look at all the fucking chicks on social media talking about how I want a man who pays for everything for me. I don't want to do nothing. I'm a queen. I deserve to be taken care of. Like, you think a woman's gonna do anything for you in that fucking circumstance? Like, give me a fucking break. Like, if there's a trend, if most women really were so great, so special, added so much value to your life, why is it why is it the case that there are so many men who just try to take advantage for women for sex? If they're missing out on all this other stuff, guess what? It's because they don't have anything else to offer. Like, it's just ridiculous. If there's so many men who just take advantage of women for sex and they don't want anything else, maybe it's because they realize there's nothing else. That's it. Ever thought of that?
About strength, and we'll say men are stronger than women, but that's because we value physical strength. We're not talking about.
No, women are lacking in both physical and mental strength.
About emotional strength.
Women do not have emotional strength. Spiritual strength is not a thing.
Spiritual strength. Yeah. We're not talking about the type of strength that can run a household. And
women do not run a household. Guess what? Doing dishes does not mean you run a fucking household. If they want to run the household, then they can pay for the fucking rent. But none of them want to fucking do that, do they?
We're not putting that same type of weight. And what I would encourage, and this was the shift that I had to do, is I had to start liking the wholeness of a woman outside of sex. And then when you do that, now you appreciate the things a complete woman can bring to your life. A lot of
this guy seems gaslit and fucked as hell. Like, I don't know what his relationships are like. Maybe he does know a really good girl or something. But, like, look, the reality is, if there's so many fucking men who are just taking advantage for women for sex, you've got to ask, why are they doing that when they could get so much more out of a relationship? Like the most likely answer probably is that's all they can get from these women. That's worthwhile. Sex. If they start, like, actually dating them and trying to have a relationship, you just hear crazy nonsense, gaslighting, and them trying to steal your money. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. I'd say that's cap. W Donate Tillers is hilarious. Can you react to the full-length video in the description, or just skip to the part where she follows the cops and ends up getting arrested? She got arrested again 3 months later.
During the 5-minute drive, she's had an opportunity.
Where's the part where she... So the part where she follows the cops, ends up getting arrested.
I can help you talk this out. It's not. You can hang up.
You know, I've noticed there's a lot more women who act like that. Like, when dudes act like that, they just get arrested. But when women act like that, I think they get away with it enough times where they end up doing it to a cop or something. But yeah, usually when dudes just act like that, they just get arrested on the spot. Thanks for the donation, W.
I don't like that Ethan concedes that Israel is committing a genocide. I do get why he does this though. It's not worth getting into the weeds on this with a dishonest terrorist supporter, and doesn't affect the criticisms of Hasan and his cohort.
I think there's either two possibilities why Ethan's doing that. He either one thinks a lot of his audience is like left-wing progressive and doesn't want to offend them, or two, he's being just gaslit to a point by these anti-Semites where he actually believes that. But he's either doing it to pander to his audience or he's just being gaslit like fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, retard. SV donated $2.
I am never listening to one of these rain sound effects YouTube videos to fall asleep ever again. I was having the best nap of my life, and then all of a sudden I just hear this. It was completely normal until that.
That's hilarious. I love how somebody actually trolled like 2 hours in. Thanks for the donation, SV. Carter donated $2. She kind of base, but L for her being Christian, lol. Yeah, I've already seen that. Like, who do you expect to do that, right? You're not gonna see, like, progressive atheists do that shit.
Muslims have
Yeah, and
raped
I've
over
already
1
seen
million
that shit too. Funny how Muslims saw this and they claim to be victim while being racist. To Jews and Indians, hypocrites. Yeah, they're fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Carter.
Thoughts on Nemai Delgado? Is his wife Bianca Taylor your type?
I know they were going to get married, then they called the marriage off, and then somebody told me they ended up getting married anyway. I don't know if they're actually husband and wife at this point. I know they're at least dating again. Bianca Taylor seems fucking crazy. So, for one thing, she's a Palestine supporter. So, she's probably a devout anti-Semite. Two, she just seems fucking crazy. I've seen her post all the stupid nonsense about spiritual healing and horseshit like that. There's no way in fucking hell I would get anywhere near a chick like that. Like, she's just way too fucking crazy. There's no amount of, like, hot sex you can have that makes crazy worth it. So, I think Nemai Delgado's probably an idiot for getting with a chick like that. He's also had relationship problems with her before. She caught him cheating, and I know that, like, men can cheat for weird reasons, like, even if they have a hot girlfriend, like, they'll still cheat, but it's kind of weird. Like, she's vegan, super fucking hot. It just seems weird to me that if she was, like, at least giving him sex, like, 2 or 3 times a week, that he'd be incentivized to cheat. Like, I don't know how many girls are hitting him up and shit. I'm sure he gets a lot of attention, but that's a little weird to me. I don't know if it has something to do with, again, her being, like, fucking crazy. And then he couldn't really put up with it, and then exploring options or something. But if I don't understand it. He cheated on her and stuff. Clearly problems in the relationship. Why would you marry a chick like that? And then on top of that, she's pro-Palestine. Clearly fucking nuts. Talks about chakras, spiritual healing, and garbage like that. I think he's an idiot for getting with that chick. And you have to be a fucking moron to get married in the first place. Like, especially if you're dating a girl who literally lives in the same state you do. Why? Why the fuck would you ever get married in a situation like that? Fucking weird. So, yeah. I don't know if he's a lifetime natty. Like, he looked like he was on gear when he was an IFBB pro, too. I think he lies about his natty status. Thanks for the donation, though, Chris.
That's the same reason black people hate Assanes these days as well.
You mean Asians? Yeah, there's a lot of Asian hate in the black community. I don't know why. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
One amazing thing that came out of the debate is that a victim of notorious rapist Larry Nassar called Hasan a horrible person.
Larry Nassar survivor Lindsay Shoot shows up in the H3 chat, calls Hasan a horrible human for his marks. Anyone discrediting people publicly admitting they were raped without amazing contrary evidence is disgusting. That is fucking great. Thank you. That woman is absolutely based. Hell yeah. Dude, Hasan is such a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, retard. W, don't need $2. Can you answer this, though? LMAO, these women are crazy, bro.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Come on in. Hey, Noemi.
I'm not reacting to that. It's an hour, 50 minutes, dude. And that chick... That girl rage baits like fucking crazy. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, W. Q, don't need $2. What do you think about his argument? Listen to it fully at 1.5 speed. He goes into psychology, philosophy. If you care about this remake, I recommend watching the full video. Remake kind of sucks if you take a closer look.
Now I'll talk about the elephant in the room.
Couldn't give two shits. Thanks for the donation, Q.
Why do all these women get away with breaking the law while men get arrested instantly? It's insane.
It's because women are seen as less of a physical threat or danger, so when women start acting crazy, screaming like nuts...
Well, let's just hope him and Bianca never get married then.
I think they are married, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. So yeah, when women act crazy in public, nobody cares. They just think she's having her period or something, but when men act crazy, they think he's gonna go on a shooting spree or some shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I think I'm starting to believe in God now. Just watching his trail burn has made it the best day of my life. To whoever started that fire, please God, we're praying for you to make it bigger. Make every CO settler burn slowly. Fuck Israel, free Palestine.
Yeah, so how's that working out, dipshit? Every other fucking week I hear about Israel murdered more people, Israel blew up more buildings, oh my god, everyone's starving. How's that working out? Israel seems to be doing pretty fucking great, and all you fucking people complain about is, they're killing all the people, Israel keeps killing everyone. And then you say, fuck Israel, may the Jews burn, free Palestine. How's that working out, fuckwit? Why is every other fucking week somebody talking about, children got massacred, everyone's starving, more bombs? Yeah, you're a fucking loser, Israel's fucking wrecking your shit, and all you can do is talk shit. So, great, keep saying that until Israel obliterates everything. You're a fucking retard.
About is a lack of tolerance. People have decided that, no, we're just going to speak out against what you're doing. And it's driving them mad. How dare you? Well, I mean, how dare you? And so people are pointing out this. And I'm just going to read this from Chad Crowley, because I think it does accurately summarize why Shiloh was able to raise, so far, $750,000. For years, the pattern was held. A white person makes a comment, sometimes crude, sometimes merely unfashionable. The video is clipped, stripped of context, and cast into the digital coliseum. The crowd demands penance, doxing.
Free Palestine from Hamas, from the river to the sky, Hamas shall die.
Goddamn right about that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Did you see the last David Woods video about the Prophet Muhammad being a BBC enjoyer? No, I didn't.
Follows. Then come sponsors, employees, the journalists. The result is always the same. Apology, grovelling, ruin. This is not justice, it never was. It is a moral spectacle, a purification ritual for the postmodern West, where the cleansing agent is white submission. The apology is not meant to be accepted, but to affirm the guilt of the group. The goal is not reconciliation, but re-education, humiliation, and silence. Also catharsis for the black community. But this time, it was the case of Shiloh Hendricks, the script cracked. Her personal details were posted, she received death threats, her children were targeted, and yet she did not capitulate. She did not appear on camera with a quivering voice and downcast eyes, she launched a fundraiser, and white people responded. Not the media, not the institutions, not the credential class, but ordinary white people, tens of thousands poured in to support her. The platform, Give Send Go, not GoFundMe, which obviously bans these things, reported over 250,000 raised in days. These were not donations, these were the stirrings of something new. Each dollar said, we see what you're doing, and we are done pretending. This is more than the defense of one woman, this is a rejection of the moral framework that made her a target. The Hendricks affair is not the first of its kind, but it is one of the first to end differently. No apology, no resignation, no collapse, instead resistance. And more than anything else, that signals a shift.
Thanks for the membership, Versified. Appreciate it. Is it good to invest in a home gym if I work out 3 to 4 times a week? Yes. I would say that's certainly enough to make a home gym worth it. And with the amount of time and shit it'll save you, having to get dressed, travel, you know, waste your time waiting for machines that other people are using or some horseshit like that, you'll probably end up working out more anyway.
Ritual is breaking, and with it the spell of white guilt. And this, I am genuinely annoyed. I mean, I'm just furious, frankly, at the way that...
Oh, yeah. Son is killed, forgives killer, kicked out of killer's press conference, and swatted. Dude, it is outrageous. This guy literally went out of his fucking way to, like, denounce anybody making this a racial issue, wouldn't fucking align with any far-right wingers, publicly said he forgives his son's killer, doesn't hold any resentment against him, still gets attacked by this, like, crazy black supremacist anti-white community. Like, these people are insane. And it tells you exactly what they want. They don't want racial equality or anything. They literally want to exterminate white people. These crazy, like, black supremacist, you know, BLM activist types. So, yeah. Bro, this chick is based. That's hilarious that she might actually become a millionaire after this for calling a kid the N-word. That is the funniest way to become a millionaire. Like, she called a fucking black kid the N-word, and then a Somali immigrant pedophile films it. And then after that, GoFundMe, fucking millionaire. Cute $100. Weren't you saying for like a month that you're gonna play that Oblivion remake? I never said that. I said maybe I would. Why are you cucking now after all that talk? And look, it's not even a good remake. Runs like shit, even on 5090 with upscaling, and they use generic Unreal Engine 5 stock assets. It runs fine as long as you don't run ray tracing. With ray tracing, yeah, it's a bit slow. I think with a 4090, you get around 50-60 FPS, but whatever. I've got a 4090, so I'm not too upset about that. Thanks for the donation, Q.
What's his face is the stab man's father was treated. Right, it's just genuinely awful because he was as contrite over this Carmelo murdering his son as anyone could possibly have been. I mean, he was openly forgiving. Like his mother, you know, the lad's mother was just like, well, I don't want to forgive. And I tell you what, if it was one of my sons, I wouldn't forgive either. But he did everything he could according to the script. He did everything he could, everything he thought he was supposed to do, and he wasn't accepted by the black community. He wasn't. They didn't say we're sorry. They didn't. The family of Carmelo didn't say I'm sorry, but we stole your son forever. And so yeah, people are glad to see when someone's like, you know what, I don't care. I'm not having this. And so yeah, I mean, I can't bring it myself to condemn this. I'm not, like I said, I don't endorse it at all. I don't think you should be calling anyone the N-word. I don't think that calling children slurs is a good idea either. And honestly, I think the current moral lock that one community has on another in the United States is just wrong. It's just wrong. The same standards should be applied.
Yeah, I'd agree with his take on that. Alright, let's get into this absolute fucking AIDS.
The second time that it did the first time, right? How could it be worse?
I would love to.
I should actually do that, right? I'll do that.
I've never made
Disclosure.
fun of you for that.
So let me just thank our sponsor, and then we'll probably just hop on with Hasan Abbey. I don't know if I want to thrust poor Gabe into the center of this.
He's not here.
We haven't heard from him. And carpet cleaner.
He is in the waiting room. Would we like to begin?
Notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No,
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay. Good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if
Sure.
you will allow me
Of
in
course.
that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so
Sure.
hold on
Go
one
ahead.
second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a
Go ahead.
gotcha.
Start. No, I know you're not. I
Okay,
just want to get
so-
going.
All right. So
Yeah, I like driving games. I play Assetto Corsa and what's it called WRC.
first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism
is
the belief that Jews
Would you rather date someone that's an anti-vaxxer or anti-Israel? Anti-vaxxer.
should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the.
This definition doesn't make any sense. He's saying Zionism is what I believe to be. So then Zionism can be anything if you believe it. Like why would he include that in his definition? So if Zionism is defined as your own personal belief about Zionists, then it could be anything. Like that's just, he's so stupid. It's like me saying Nazism, by definition, is my belief that Nazis are really good people and they all want to pet cats and be friendly with everyone. Like, does that make any sense? Like, it's stupid. Like, Nazism has a definition, Zionism has a definition. Doesn't matter what your personal beliefs about it are. Like, it is what it is. It has nothing to do with your own weird personal bias towards a given thing. Like, if you wanted to give a definition of Zionism that's actually accurate, but then add... Now, I think Zionists, by and large, believe in or have like certain qualities that I don't like. That's a different story, but like he's like so stupid he just came up with a nonsensical definition for Zionism.
Exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in.
Oh my god, indigenous population, here we go. Carter donated $2. It's only a matter of time till Islam leaves Pakistan. Lol, peep the comments on the second video.
I told somebody that I'm an atheist, and it was as if his whole worldview shook on hearing that. They had a lot of people there had no comprehension of this concept that what is atheism and how can somebody be atheist. And they asked me that, okay, so if you're atheist, how do you think, where do you think we came from? Who do you think created us? And I said evolution. And they looked at me like, what is this idiot? How does he you think we came from monkeys? So it was like a brainwave for them that somebody can have such a view towards the world.
Pakistani atheist. Dude, I don't know, man. Like, if there really is a God, I mean, how do you explain all these people dying unnecessarily? Dude, I mean, look at the current situation in Iraq and Syria. I mean, like, if there really is a God, how can that God let all these things happen? Hey, bro, listen. What? There is a spider on your shirt. Hey, Lamia. Okay.
I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of that.
Women in Islam have so much more to lose when you try and like leave or you speak up about it. I mean, first of all, there are layers and layers and generations worth of misogyny and submission and things that, Islam tells you your place in society is, or, about your aura, your body, and everything, because it governs every aspect of your life. I mean, even Pujita, there's one section of an Islamic school of thought which has no punishment for women who apostatize, because they don't believe that any women would apostatize from Islam. They just, obviously in Islam, a woman is considered to have half of the intelligence anyway. So they're like, a woman would never read this and think, nope, not for me. But yeah, I mean, if you're married and if you've got children, the societal backlash, the real threat looming over your head of honor-based violence, honor killings, people taking the law into their own hands, being shunned from society, being ostracized by your whole community. Usually they've just given you an education and got you married off young, and you're not financially independent. And a lot of people, because of that, even if they, have doubts, it's just you keep parking it, you keep pushing it to the
Yeah, thanks for the nation, Carter.
As you said, historic Palestine. As long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and, the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was
Buddy, every fucking Muslim nation was created due to warfare and conquest. There was never any, country that just decided, oh, Islam makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I guess we're Muslim now. No, they went to war, they lost, and then they were forcibly converted. That's how every fucking Muslim nation was created. We're totally fine with all of these Muslim countries existing, but we're not okay with Jews creating their own country. It's just fucking ridiculous. And I mean, to this day, this happens. Lebanon was a majority Christian nation, and then they let in a bunch of fucking Muslim immigrants, and then they started fucking murdering everybody, and then the immigrant population ended up outpacing the Christian population because, one, they were getting murdered. A lot of Christians also fled and left. And then they brought in a bunch of fucking radical-ass Muslims. That's okay, apparently, but we have a problem with the state of Israel being fucking formed. And again, the state of Israel could have been formed without any fucking violence. That area of land was owned by the fucking British. And if Arabs had just agreed to the partition plan, everything would be fine, and they'd be wealthier and richer than they are fucking today. But instead, because of their stupid dumb Muslim religion, oh no, Jews are taking the Holy Land, we can't have Jews take over, Allah Akbar! And then they fucking lost, and they've been acting like little fucking whiny babies ever since. And they just perpetually make themselves more and more fucking poor, because rather than adopting any kind of sensible secular values, again, they'd rather just strap bombs to their children's chests, have them walk into a fucking bus station and ignite, rather than just find a way to fucking get along and make money. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know if Ethan's just being gaslit by this woke progressive community, or if he's just saying this because he thinks it's a popular political position.
Zionism is modern-day Nazism through colonization and ethnic cleansing. Hasan won the debate. Ethan, it's just a lying piece of shit, CO. P.S. Fuck Zionism and fuck you, eugenics.
I don't care.
Well, tragic and a lot of bad things happen. But let me ask you, sir. Okay. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
But that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed
by
a journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it happens.
I mean,
really, you're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. By the way, you think that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. And it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
I'm asking.
I don't recall saying this, but I don't know why
you
this is a
did
major
say
point
it.
of contention. All right, so you
No.
let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think it was?
It's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him
good.
thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me,
yes,
what my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's content cop.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call.
No.
CPS.
That's obvious.
I think it's
I'm
completely
saying your
inappropriate
friend Hasan you made a video with
like.
did a total fucking hit job.
All
right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like,
go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about
Hasan,
this.
I don't care. Let's just go on.
What do you mean? You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying.
What fueled so-called progress to become such Nazis, VG?
Well, it's just Marxist ideology. It just leads to fascism. That's the logical endpoint of that way of thinking. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Recently asked Gemini AI how countries have been converted to Islam throughout history, and it seems very biased if it's true what you're saying. It mentioned this tax for other religions but repeatedly highlighted that not everything was through war/conquest.
Everything was through war and conquest with a few small exceptions. I think there were some Mongolian tribes that ended up adopting Islam because they actually liked Islam because it completely aligned with their own values. So it might have been a group of like Tatars or something, Tatar warriors. But yeah, there were a few Mongolian tribes that made money from murdering other tribes and stealing their shit. That's exactly what Muslims did. So they just decided to adopt Muslims or Islam because, you know, that's it. Indonesia, I don't know about Indonesia. So there were a few small tribes that adopted Islam through peaceful means, quote unquote, but these people adopted Islam because they themselves were like committing tribal genocides. So like, yeah, why not adopt Islam and commit tribal genocides? It's what we're doing already. But no, pretty much every other country, continent, Islam spread through warfare. The only reason Muslims ended up making some sort of peace agreements with certain tribes is because they couldn't actually take them over through warfare. The Prophet Muhammad just thought it would be way too risky to actually go to war with them because they would lose. So they ended up making these peace arrangements where they'd pay a jizya, or the Prophet Muhammad figured because war would be so costly and these people are so productive and make so much money, it would make more sense to, again, like, try to get them to pay a jizya than actually attack them, force them to convert and shit. But no. You can also just see, like again, why are there so many Arabs across all these fucking countries? Like being Muslim doesn't turn you Arab. So again, that's just another clear indication that, yeah, Islam was spread through warfare. And why in the fuck would you ever ask an AI chatbot about shit like this? No shit, they're going to give you a politically correct answer. They're trained to do that. They're very well aware that with certain topics, so like if you ever ask them about like very touchy subjects, like how did Islam spread, like crime rates in America, racial intelligence and IQ, they're obviously going to give you a politically correct answer, even if it's not the right answer. Thanks for the donation, David.
Anissa should volunteer herself to Joseph Mengele so that we can find a cure for Ethan's Tourette's.
I've already seen that clip you're talking about. Nisayama subtweets Ethan during the debate, implies he's on drugs. Drugs, what the hell's going on? Oh my god. What a fucking loser. Like, everyone knows he has Tourette's. Like, clearly, like, just why would you say something like that? Clearly, Anissa is a fucking rabid anti-Semite, and she pushed iDubbbz to make that video and shit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Would you tell us what Jasmine texted you a few days ago?
No. Thanks for the donation, Jasmine.
Saying we've all been harassed, the internet is tough, whatever, yada yada. Ask me a question.
No, please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know who also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow, wow, God forbid.
Explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators.
Indonesia is the only exception, but even then, they had an autocrat ruler essentially force it on his subjects. Yeah, I don't know about the history of Indonesia and Islam, but I do know there were a few smaller tribes that peacefully converted to Islam, but it was only because they also liked raping and killing people.
We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I know you're against CPS.
I am guilty of the same exact things that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that sort of thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very good.
And I don't know why you think that I have anything to do with
because
this.
you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking...
Sure,
go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right.
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel Palestine.
I mean, it's obvious why he's asking you. Like, this guy is such a weaselly fuck.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hasan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic.
You asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
Dude.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with with numerous human rights...
Cucked. Absolutely fucking cucked. This is the first genocide in all of human history where the target population has literally increased. There are literally more people living in Gaza right now, post-war versus pre-war. So Israel is so bad at killing civilians despite having access to modern military technology, like multi-ton bombs. They actually have nukes. F-35s, like you fucking name it. They're so bad at trying to commit a genocide that the increase in population is outpacing the number of people who've been killed.
Organizations, the UN.
I said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yep. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I think my coverage? I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have...
Hasan,
bro, he doesn't even give the Palestinian perspective. He couldn't give two fucking shits about Palestinians. All of these people are taking this as an opportunity to just hate on Jews. If they cared about Palestinians, they'd actually be in support of getting rid of Hamas. Even when Palestinians literally band together and like have a rally protesting Hamas, they think it's like some sort of Israeli psyop. Like, they do not give a shit about what these people actually think and what would actually benefit them.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
going to explain that.
content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a.
You know what, VG, at this point I am very convinced that the only reason people like Hasan defend Hamas is simply because they hate white people.
No, they defend Hamas because they hate Jews. Jews specifically. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hilt has a Japanese manji sign on it, but yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up.
When I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why? What is the? So I mean, why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan,
answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that was made, but I don't know.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you got 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact time. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
Based. Calm the fuck out. Yeah, he's clearly dog whistling.
The point here, Hasan.
Dude, Hasan is a fascist. He supports China. He supports Russia. He supports the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. Literally any fascist regime Hasan is in support of. So yes, absolutely, that's a fucking dog whistle.
Well, to be fair, a lot of these SJWs consider the Jews to be white in their eyes.
Then why even bother mentioning Judaism or Zionism or anything if this is just about white people? So no, they have a specific hatred of Jews. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids on Hitler's far left apologizing for extreme Islamist.
I claim responsibility for this attack. Death to all infidels, to all Americans, everyone who is against Prophet Muhammad, everyone who goes against Allah. Wait, no, don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about, okay? This is not a terror attack.
Yeah, basically. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups, right? So you made a video, you participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hasan. No, stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem, or at least am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around? Because
why would he even ask him that? Yes, clearly. Like, by the way, Hasan admits he was cognizant of the fact that it looks like a swastika. So, like, he is media aware. Like, the guy's done so many interviews. He has the most idiotic political commentary, but he is somewhat politically aware. So, of all swords to use, why wouldn't he just get, like, a any other fucking sword? Why wouldn't he order some sword online, like off Amazon, without a fucking swastika guard? Why wouldn't he order like a Cold Steel or Cult of Athena sword? Like literally anything other than that. Like he was clearly intending for that to be a fucking dog whistle. Bullshit.
Hasan hates Jews because they are white and Western coded too. If you reversed the roles between Israel and Palestinians, he would 180 his positions.
If Jews were brown, he probably still would be in favor of Hamas, Hezbollah, and all this shit because they're fascist. So any secular, like, liberal democratic regime he's against. So no, I don't think so. He'd probably have less care and concern, but he'd probably still side with terrorists just because, again, he's a fascist. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Because it's the only longsword that I have.
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
See, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario.
Hassan,
let me paint a scenario for you, okay?
The other ones are heavy. Isn't this guy like 6'4" or 6'5", and he like lifts weights and works out? By the way, a Japanese katana weighs like fucking nothing. I've picked them up before. Even English longswords, they're only like 1.5 pounds. I've picked up a fucking two-handed claymore. They weigh nothing. They're surprisingly light. Like they have to be if you want to swing it fast and actually kill somebody. If they're too heavy, you can't use them because somebody's going to be faster than you and like cut your head off. What kind of fucking stupid excuse is this?
Listen, okay, this is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even, you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So
yes.
yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I
know, it's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan?
I'm sorry, Hasan. Are you unable to make value judgments?
Yeah, dude. Hasan is just gaslighting him. He's caught, buddy.
On
situations like isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like I think it's not.
Why am I pro-Israel? Because I'm not a fucking retard.
Man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Manji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me. Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
then why should you leave it up?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man. You fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish? Was anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery?
Oh, okay. So I guess every time a black person says the N-word, Hasan's gonna go out and criticize them. Does this guy tell black people, oh no, sorry, you can't use that lyric in a rap song, that's racist. Right. It doesn't make any fucking difference that fucking Ethan's Jewish. Okay. If we're gonna play that game, I'm gonna love to see Hasan call out all these fucking rappers and hip-hop artists that ever say the N-word.
You've done a Sig Heil approximately, what, 50 times?
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
There we go.
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So
clearly is. Like, wow, what a fucking lying shit.
So you think that being able to draw this, your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You pose with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me see the sword in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword. Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic flute. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic flute, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
but it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol
What
and
you
the
drew on
Nazi
PewDiePie, on the
swastika.
other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a
All right,
swastika,
cool.
a tasteless joke
I'm just making sure.
on
Okay,
IDubbbz
you
shirt
can-
10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't
I
even conceive that
jokingly
looks
referred
bad.
to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know
fuck no, they know that looks like a
keep calling it
swastika.
sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic flute.
Do you think
brandished
that
what
do you think that only Hindu people have bleed swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on
he left
the
it up.
decision making
If
of
it was
a
a
person
mistake, he could have
who
deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I don't
ask
know.
me.
Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing
You
this
don't need
live.
to. Go ahead.
I am not
Ask me the next
IDubbbz.
question.
I don't know what was going
I'm
on
not
in his
accusing you of being
mind.
IDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're
I don't have nunchucks right now, no.
incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
IDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you
I
think
don't
the
have a
if you
problem
could go
telling
back,
you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So
yeah, so like Ethan said, I guess microaggressions don't matter when it comes to Jews, but every other microaggression, oh, big deal. It really shows his racial bias against Jews.
Since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide,
Hey, Gum Gum.
what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
Just
is
killing
inappropriate.
civilians, that's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree with
disagree.
you on that. Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Tabra tier
Hold on.
list.
I have a. Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone's complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
my audio
audio.
keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel.
Yes, it's an anti-Semitic slogan. The idea is to push Jews out into the fucking ocean and kill them all. That's why that phrase exists, "from the river to the sea."
Like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews
It
fear
is.
this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying.
I don't
All I
think
was
it's
trying
an
to do.
extreme question. It's what's happening
Bro,
right
do you want
now
me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he
No,
said.
no. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on. Let me. Can
Hasan, I want the audience to see this video.
This is not going to be a gotcha moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know,
either,
Hasan.
you know what I mean?
Hey, Hasan, let the
He's
audience
still
watch
my
the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with.
There you go. Gaslight, ramble, filibuster, don't let anybody find out. Here we go. Oh shit, panic mode.
A person that I actually
So that's what we're having.
like Norm. But I
so
have
it's
a disagreement
nuanced and
on that,
understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah, I know. I have more positions that I agree with.
What mic do I use? It's Sennheiser MKH 416.
Them on
Palestine will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say "from the river,"
Someone's gonna hit me with the chair react.
Oh.
To the sea, Palestine will be.
Oh my goodness. Oh, look who I got here. I've got a Gum Gum. You guys see this? This is my Gum Gum. Oh, it's my sweet little Gum Gum. My goodness. Mwah. Love you, Gum Gum. This is a really good cat. Yeah, come relax, Gum Gum. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, that's good. Oh, that is so good. Oh, that's a good kitty. Yeah. I love my Gum Gum. You're such a good boy. Oh, I love you so much, Gum Gum. I got a new cat backpack for Gum Gum. I don't know why the fuck it does this. Yeah, there's my cat backpack. There's Gum Gum in the backpack. That's Gum Gum's cat backpack.
Be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
well, I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I literally, it's not even my opinion.
That backpack was 200 Canadian. It's a Travel Cat Navigator backpack.
With him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
he doesn't say it is extermination.
When have I opposed it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that
it's an exterminist slogan. The guy who made it up wanted to exterminate Jews.
Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue. Please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it didn't happen. You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
Very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm.
Productive.
We'll have a great conversation about the From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
You spoke, and now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances, not...
I'd be laughing if Hasan gets up in the middle of something important in the debate to take a piss and leave the stream running like he always does.
I don't know if that actually happened, but I guess we'll find out. That would be funny. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Hasan is incapable of relationships with women BTW. This not feminist shit. He once called a welfare check on porn star Janice Griffith because she stopped returning his calls and he thought they were dating. The rape denial is a feature, not a bug.
Whoa, really? That guy sounds like a fucking maniac. What in the shit? That is unhinged. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. My friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on, you said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that.
And I've got a new cute slogan that I've just invented right now, Jews together strong.
I guess that's fine. That works. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hasan, is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
don't you think
I can care
that
about two
your
things, my friend?
incredibly narrow framework
Very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings?
I'm not that smart, but I
have-
can care about two things.
Okay, no,
Even
I
if
can
one is
too.
more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings, born out of your misunderstandings, is more important?
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that
Hasan,
the genocide is a more urgent
Hasan,
issue.
please, let me
but you
ask you a
spent
question.
Almost all of
Yes,
your
very
commentary
good.
surrounding this issue
Very
on
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed on.
Wait, can you answer that question?
No,
Does
Hasan,
that
you
make
asked your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I
does
said
that
you're
make
so
sense to
gracious.
you?
You're gonna let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my god.
Go ahead.
Dude, every fucking time that stupid, just dick-eating laugh.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good.
Like
Let me ask you a
the
question.
cracker band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list.
Uh-huh.
In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the
You through this
question.
again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you
Frogan.
can't make
And two actual Jews, by the way. Like, you can find people who are non-Jews that are, you know, pro-Zionist. Like me, for instance. There are an innumerable amount of Christian, non-ethnic Jew politicians and content creators that are pro-Zionist. Why Ben Shapiro, who happens to be an ethnic Jew? That's kind of weird.
value judgment suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a
Because he's
massive-
Oreo is cool, you know. I wish we had a gorilla to beat the fuck out of Hasan right now.
Yeah, I really wish. If only. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Do you dislike Russia or Palestine more? That's a very stupid question.
Fucking what?
Because it's the most most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why? he would be on this-
100%, without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell
Ethan.
me then.
You look kind of
So
dumb
why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why
why
is Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're
I
quick to
suspect.
say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences.
Ethan,
They're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good,
His name
and I'm
is
glad he
Rafi.
did.
You
He
called him
definitely
a
deserved
token
it.
Jew. You called him a token
And
Jew.
I still stand by that.
Wow. Okay, so I guess when Tommy Sotomayor says all his racist shit against black people, especially black women, oh, well, how could any of that be racist? He's black. Like, are you kidding me? That's where we're going? Oh, well, yeah, just because this person said something insanely racist, well, they're part of that racist group, so it's not racist. Like, if I started saying black people are all fucking monkeys, they're inferior to whites, we need to ship black people off back to Africa. Oh, well, I'm black. So I guess none of that's racist, right? Like, it's so stupid.
By that, the man is just yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there's a tier list here where Sabra
This is
hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her.
the lowest. The Sabra.
Yes, because these are clearly the same thing, right?
Destiny talked about this years ago to a small extent, but the H3 sub has a long detailed thing on it, not making it up. He's in his mid-30s and has not been in one serious long-term relationship.
Hasan allegedly called the cops on his ex-girlfriend for ignoring him, plus long history of misogyny. Hi, please don't mention Hasan Piker to me. It's really hard for me emotionally because he called the cops wellness check on me when we were dating. Plus has avoided my attempts to privately talk about it. I'm not a fan of doing this publicly, but we share a lot of our audience. Oh my god. I didn't need the wellness check, by the way. I can't escape him online because of the nature of the leftist internet. I'm not trying to cancel him, just please leave me out of it. Dude. That is just absolutely fucking unhinged. For ignoring him. He knew he was putting her in danger by calling the cops on her, just didn't care, told his audience to drop it. Sana's long history of misogyny. San visiting German brothel story. Talked about on Leftovers. Controversy first came up in 2021 when Hasan posted videos of himself at a strip club. Spoke about his brothel experiences pro-sex work. Explained previously that it was only rated for tax evasion. They don't raid fucking brothels for tax evasion. In reality, the raid was an Al Capone style investigating sex trafficking. They don't raid you for fucking tax evasion. What would that do? That's such a crazy fucking claim.
Wow, what an incel.
Yeah, seriously, holy shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bro. I didn't know you were such a fucking loser. Like with women, holy shit.
I finally found this clip that is the extended version of a clip that you heard in the past. I'm going to pay you $5 to listen to the entire clip. It is hilarious towards the end, LMFAO.
This is gonna be boring and fucking stupid and a waste of time, I can guarantee you.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Yeah, great, thanks. The brothel had alleged connections to organized crime and was named in successful case convicting a child sex trafficker. However, eventually it was cleared on all tax evasion charges. Still, this kind of looks bad. Hasan agrees. It's why he still constantly downplays it. We've heard his, it's better for rich women to be raped than poor women take. Holy shit. His constant rape denial, the strange comment that a white woman taking her Asian husband's last name is equivalent to a white woman doing black interracial porn saying the N-word. What in the fuck? These are recent comments, not cringe 2013 bro tips. Now again, he's in hot water for his Blake Lively takes. Bring any of this up and his fans will call you an obsessed femcel. It's the Blake Lively thing. Just watch the last stream of Hasan regrets the Blake Lively situation and his mention of the resurgence of Amber Heard trial, so you don't have to. Disappointment. I don't know about the Blake Lively thing. I wasn't suicidal, did not imply I would take my own life or even harm myself, called against the advice of my best friend, and he only lived 12 minutes away from me. This was retaliatory. Dude, this was absolutely retaliatory. I've called 911 for an overdose before. After actually exhausting all other options, he did not do that. So this guy literally attacks women in like some of the like grossest passive-aggressive, like retarded ways, like calling the cops on them. Would you like screenshots of my best friend telling him not to call the police and him saying he did it anyway? Tried to reach out to him to talk about it. Didn't answer me for a month. Still doesn't want to talk about it. Accountability matters. Yeah, dude, when girls don't give him the attention he wants, he literally fucking lashes out and tries to get revenge on them. I didn't know he was such a fucking, like, just loser who can't get fucking laid.
Hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say that the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
So you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog
He can
shit.
say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing. By the way, you think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS.
Are you sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on the official BDS list,
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
Oh, you're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even though
said,
I love
you know
Diet
what's
Coke.
funny? You told her.
Because I think it's like
you remember
not
what you told her,
that
son?
significant.
You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly.
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody.
Yeah,
I don't like Sabra hummus either. We're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead. Next question.
I'm not.
I know
Frogan,
it's.
And I don't know.
I know.
Why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the F
on
tier.
the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a
Cool,
free Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every
Yeah,
now
and
and
you're
then.
oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F
What
tier.
does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know
What's
it's
happening?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a
so this
Jewish
is a
man in
cosmic
the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
on the tier list? If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine tooth comb like any
Of course.
incidents.
The
that
Jewish
even
man
come
is
across as
crazy.
remotely
He sees
anti-Semitic,
anti-Semitism
and you're having a really
everywhere.
hard time.
These
Well,
are
if you
just
want my answer,
cosmic
if you want my perspective,
mistakes.
I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you.
Yeah, this was just the arch fiend of gaslighters.
I think genuinely.
Hopefully Hasan will never ever find a woman who loves him.
Well, the guy's a dipshit. He obviously never will. Like, women will only tolerate him for a few weeks or something, and then lose interest, and then he'll fucking try to attack them in some way, like call the cops on them or some shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Okay, I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We
open
can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism, with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not
And
wearing a
you
shirt
want
that
to
says "I
make
hate
them-
Jews," but
it
they're walking
seems
around
to me- it
swastikas
seems to me
and
like
doing tier
you-
lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
it
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I think you're
want
acting really
them
silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism
Yes,
and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay,
No,
fantastic.
you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded
brave
in
of you to say.
popularity
Very
in
brave.
American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now
So-
wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So
I
you're
really
trying
don't.
to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a
But once
stretch,
again,
man.
none of those people are me.
Yeah, I also feel bad for Hassan's dog, but he has to spend his life with fucking piece of shit like this.
So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the
we
value judgment
devolved
thing.
the
Like, you can't make a
conversation
decision. It
away
sounds
from-
stupid as hell, dude.
Wait,
Let me
I
ask-
sound stupid as hell?
Well,
What?
when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know what you're asking me. What their genuine decision making?
Why would I want my
is,
best
and I don't
friend
know.
Ida
I
to be
can't tell you what
anti-Semitic?
their
Why
process
would I
was.
want
But
my
I don't
best
think
friend
it's quite an
Ida to be
issue.
anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I
being
be honest?
anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would
I don't
love
think you're
to.
gonna like the
Yeah,
answer.
this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did.
Hasn't Theo Von platformed like a KKK leader or something? Thought I heard something about that. Theo Von platforms Nazi or some shit. Oh, I put it in wrong. Joe Rogan, America's most popular podcaster, recently hosted Daryl Cooper, Holocaust revisionist, pseudo-historian known for defending Nazi Germany. For almost 3 hours, Rogan Cooper gave a platform to defending Hitler. This came a week after independent researcher or something. Comedian Theo Von, another massively popular podcaster this month, gave far-right activist Candace Owens... Oh. So she was claiming there's a Jewish pedophile ring. Thought he platformed someone else. So he had Candace Owens on. Yeah, Theo Von praised by far right wing for telling Joe Rogan Jews control liberal media. Why do they hate white guys?
Did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk
Let's
about
pull that clip up,
I'm sure you didn't see
Hasan.
that. But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
Wow, bow, bam.
Do you think...
Hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy.
Ethan. As
think
your
he was on a vibe.
co-host, as your former podcast co-host.
Yeah, that doesn't make... Like, it's so weird how he'd mention that, because, like Ethan says, it doesn't look good on you. Why would he have Candace Owens on and then invite you? Clearly, he's looking for anti-Semites to platform.
Do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one? And if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you
At
as
this
anti...
point.
Well, let me finish.
Okay,
let me
let's
finish.
move
You
on
asked me
from
two
Rogan,
questions.
and let's address
No.
what
You
you
asked
think I'm
me.
doing that's
Hold the
anti-Semitic.
phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright... Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your
Or
form of
yesterday, I think. Or 2
anti-Semitism
days
is
ago?
way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky.
Yeah, I would actually say, Hasan's anti-Semitism is probably more anti-Semitic because he is, like, it's pretty much explicit at this point if you know all the dog whistles, but he's really stating, I want to exterminate all the Jews. That's what Hasan is really saying. He went on that podcast praising the October 7th attack, says he hopes Hamas kills more people. He supported Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, all terrorist groups that want to exterminate all the Jews. So, like, he is, like, I mean, if you say you support Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, you are explicitly stating you want to kill all the Jews. It's just that if you're not in the know and you're not aware enough, it's more of an implicit statement. Candace Owens, with her anti-Semitism, she's just far more explicit, and it's a lot of things that you can just very easily disprove. Like, she's a Holocaust revisionist. She's talked about how Joseph Mengele didn't perform, like, you know, those fucked up experiments. She makes claims that Jews are like some sort of child rapist satanic cult. That's shit straight from the International Jew. So, I've never heard Candace Owens align herself with Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. So as far as we know, she doesn't want to exterminate all the Jews. But what we do know is she does have an extreme bias against Jews, and she just thinks they're bad people in general. But Hasan has explicitly stated he wants to exterminate all Jews by aligning himself with these terror groups. So I would say Hasan is actually, in fact, more anti-Semitic, and what makes it worse is a lot of his anti-Semitism is hidden, it's implied, whereas when Candace Owens is anti-Semitic, it's like right out in the open, so she's not like gaslighting anybody into supporting anti-Semitic positions.
She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always. Everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
let's
think
not worry about
that.
Let's
sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look, going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because I didn't say.
Oh, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. I only
in that
see
waiting
like
room. Bro, that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance? You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Oh, that's good.
That's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right, anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry, you got banned. Yeah, you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something. Wait, what is this? And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting why are you US showing me senator. this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my end. I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
and it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives, or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You
guys were hitting that same flavor.
Owens on anti-Semitism in my own.
I would actually say he's worse.
Special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very
All right,
good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2 days ago you said I wasn't, but also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Olu Wally needs to be banned again. He keeps saying Ethan is on drugs. Nigga is retarded.
Ethan has Tourette's. He has talked about this for a long time. Everyone knows he has Tourette's. Literally, shut the fuck up, you retard. If you mention Ethan's on drugs, I'm putting you in a fucking timeout, dude. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You did not. I actually went back and checked. I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So you're simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabri. You're conceding the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you, my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it to anti-Semitic me.
Saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's,
You're
that's
getting
a
ahead of
valid
yourself,
thing
man.
that's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you.
Who is this? What is this?
Hey, this is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah. You remember?
Wait, is this the? Is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is,
Hold on.
No,
you brought this dude
it doesn't
up.
matter.
And
I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine.
Save
Why
it.
did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me.
No,
It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very
I
much.
was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
Can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does
saying he
not
loves
like
you, that you're
me
his favorite
is a
person in the
fan
world.
of
What do you
mine?
mean?
Didn't you use?
All right, Hasan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it, I got it.
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry. I love you.
I love you, bro.
You're like my hero.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy. I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why.
Wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Dumbass.
Listen,
for his own
Hasan,
dumbass
please.
podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
It's not called
absolutely
derailing.
are.
What I'm telling you.
He's derailing, filibustering, and just gaslighting constantly.
I was there, and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive
Do I
fan
need
of
to
mine.
play the clip
He was just
again?
trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. You know. Fuck.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Bro, I
I love you,
subtitles.
Hasan. Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay now.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do it again. Fuck it.
My
Yeah.
producer
I'll
and my
play it again.
camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March,
I'm so
was
sweet, bro.
there.
I'm so sorry.
And he's in the chat right now.
You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy.
Ethan.
Hold on, I think I
Yeah, Ethan's doing great here, like calling him out on all his fucking bullshit.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please. I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
He's
don't.
not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he
I'll play
fucking
it again.
clout chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles. I'll play the clip
fucking
again.
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
He
an interview
literally
for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me
Wait,
move
now
on.
you don't
Do you
care.
want to talk about this for
It
2
seems
hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden.
Yeah, so this is all a tactic to delay, confuse people, derail the fucking conversation. None of this even has anything to do with the point that Ethan's trying to make.
When you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random
I'll play
person
it
who
again.
stalked you is a fan of mine. You said
I heard
he
you.
was a fan of mine in, I believe,
Okay, I
in one of your
lied.
videos.
I lied
You
about
said
him
he was
being a
a fan of mine,
fan.
and I was sending harassment
I
your way.
concede. Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like
I
it's a big
concede.
point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
Do
of.
you see my side of this though?
I think
Because like
no.
a
You're being
random
dishonest.
Sneeko fan comes up to me,
Random Hasan
wants to
fan
clout
comes up
chase.
to you.
Dude, he's even like giving the baby his fucking lollipop and saying, "Okay, yeah, I lied. It's all gaslighting. Yeah, sure. Now, can I fucking make my argument?" And then he still rambles.
And you, wants to clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's
Do you
not what I
feel like
implied.
that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an
So
outright
you
horrific.
did not imply that this person that was
bad-faith
a fan
lie.
of mine
Yes,
was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. Now that's a big logical leap on from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean
Did
you
he not
are
harass
a
you?
liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did
Did he not
send him?
harass you?
Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you? And
yes.
then you imply in your
Okay, who
video
cares,
that he was a fan of mine,
Go ahead, when you're
leading
done,
the
go-
audience
I'll-
to
I'll
believe,
wait.
leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan. If you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over
By
there.
the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he
Bro,
actually
who cares?
meets
I'm
me.
not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't
in the
even let me
past.
explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending
Bro, you're
hate your way.
terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I pass it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play
first
it.
introduction of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Dude, Hasan is exhausting.
I can, be honest. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Oh, live streaming? Yeah. Good.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present. You're out. You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
it's really,
showing the clip.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just.
So he literally shows an irrelevant clip where he's not even in the video footage. And this is why he tried to delay and make a big deal about all of this. Fuck you, dude.
Sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous," it seems. That was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F-slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Yeah, Ethan is not on Ozempic. Again, I don't know why the fuck you keep saying this horseshit. Like, I've lost over 80 pounds in the last few months. Am I on Ozempic? Why aren't you accusing me of being on Ozempic just because he lost weight? Alawali, you're this close to getting banned. I don't want to hear your fucking stupid horseshit.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and
Fine,
not a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
dude. You are dragging your feet on this
that
topic,
is-
bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we
you've made
please
an
move on?
inference That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't prove
also
me wrong
false.
at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of
Yeah,
yours.
I think that guy.
Yeah.
That, I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ODL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the
took credit
ADL.
over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in, like, worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Did you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak up inside of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had
constantly come after me when he knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is
Bro. I mean, the guy says this online. Like, how the hell does he think he can get away with these lies? Hasan has, like, a female brain. Like, I'm not being sexist by saying this, but, like, there's something weird with women when they are just clearly caught in a fucking lie, rather than just owning up to it and saying, yeah, I lied, whatever. Like, they will just keep lying, even when it's provable. Like, you'll show a video clip of them, or, like, something they wrote, and it's like, you're lying, you said this. And they're like, no, I didn't write that, that's not what I meant this, like, oh, you meant this? Okay, well, here's a video clip of you literally explaining the situation in detail, and explaining what you meant, and it's completely opposite to what you're saying now. Oh, yeah, I just misspoke or something. Like, they'll just keep lying. They will never admit they lied. Hasan is the same way. He just keeps fucking lying.
That is precisely
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does...
Sadie, donate $2. Let me see.
When I turn red, say something, and I'll mix it into a song. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. I've already seen this. It's not funny.
human being, niggers. You.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually, you know
look?
what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's
you are
act-
a
that's-
prominent.
that's a
you are
defamatory
prominent
claim that has
content
zero
creator.
proof. And
You
frankly,
are
it sounds like a little
prominent
Jewish
content creator.
conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't
I
have
have
said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course,
Hasan,
about this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL.
for these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that
falsely
I got nothing to
claimed
do with
that
the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a race.
Oh, okay. If we're gonna play this fucking game, if you're doing things that are in some way aligned with another organization's goal, so say you wanted to get somebody banned off Twitch, the ADL also wanted to get somebody banned on Twitch, but you never directly coordinated or worked together, but it's fair to say you worked with that organization, then I guess Hasan works with Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, the Islamic State of Iran, and whatever other fucking terrorist group you want to mention, because they all want to promote these college campus protests. They all are trying to promote this pro-Palestine bullshit. They're all trying to encourage divestment from Israel. So I guess if we're going to play these word games, Hasan works with terrorists. Is that fair to say? Like, that is just so retarded. Like, again, Hasan is just, like, the most sleazy, fucking, unapologetic liar on the fucking internet.
This fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral
That
story
wasn't a
independent of
racist
me.
panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term,
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's
which
Frogan
has
repeating the same lie that you heard from
public
you.
pressure on
And
numerous
activists with the
instances.
last
This is
year
what
and
you
a half
learned from
done
him.
everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL.
Yes.
But you didn't mean that I spoke
Yes.
to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't.
Okay, well, you doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accused without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them. You are a liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a variant fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. He's using the exact same argument I made.
You working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
do you
have
work with
I ever
them?
taken
Are you
credit?
affiliated with them? Are you
Have I ever
partnered?
taken
Are you
credit
partnered
for
with
an
neo-Nazis?
anti-Semitic
Or
incident as a
do you guys
neo-Nazi?
happen to have the same
Yeah,
goal
no,
and
I
are
have a question
completely
for
related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken?
There you go. If that is enough, if that association having the same goal, despite not actually working together, that's enough to say you're working with them, then Hasan would have to admit he's working with neo-Nazis. Yeah, Ethan's doing great here. He's literally using the exact same arguments I'd make.
Your £290 self versus your £190 self, who would win in a boxing match? What about a sumo wrestling match? VG, if you were gay, would you enjoy sucking a wiener until it spooges? VG, it's me Gig aka Gigaliardo from Vegan Gains livestream chat. So cool, haha.
I think my 190-pound version would win in both cases, just because I'm more athletic and overall stronger. Thanks for the donation, though, Gigliardo.
Credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place. Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome, I'm glad that it happened, I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Considering Ethan.
So Hasan's just gaslighting. His original claim was, if you do something that suits a certain organization's goal, despite not working directly with them, like coordinating or planning, not having any communication, but just because you do something that's aligned with an organization's goal, like deplatforming somebody with Twitch, it's fair to say you worked with them. So given that, since Hasan is trying to promote this anti-Zionist thing, because neo-Nazis are also trying to promote anti-Zionism, Hasan is working with neo-Nazis. Now, he's changing all these things around. Now he's saying, oh, well, if you take credit for what an organization did, that's not the original proposition.
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me.
Listen to my words,
dumb?
please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like
10-year fighter of anti-Semitism. So that's why you promote Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, because you're so against anti-Semitism. Got it.
something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's not what you said.
in getting
You said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working on the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think?
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you?
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me.
make
It's
numerous
so
videos
obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, "I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it." What would a normal, reasonable person?
I was on the
from
tier
that?
list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No,
and also,
they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites, so he can
I'm
feel
so
comfortable
glad this is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think?
Yeah, I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL and not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the
Have I
ADL.
ever mentioned the
didn't even
ADL?
make that
Have
inference.
I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I
for
ever
the
mention the
Notice how he won't answer the question.
ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were, frankly, if you have the thing. Did I ever...
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying, I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even
So now he's just gaslighting. Just more gaslighting.
making that inference.
Well,
You're
they
saying,
attacked me.
which one do you think? What do you think the average
you
person
sound
would
so
think in this
silly, bro.
situation when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
Bro, I
a
was being
ridiculous,
silly. I don't care.
stupid,
Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing
listen.
at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know
You're
who...
being silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move
Do
on.
I think
then.
I got
You're
them
being
banned?
silly.
I don't know. Who knows? You know, I think that...
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because
reason
you
they
cried
call them
about it, and
token,
then
my
the ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token, you're
great
going to get
opportunity.
spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck
You
them.
want to cash in on your
Actually.
Jewish friends anymore? Can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't
Okay,
want to dox
yeah,
them.
you're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with...
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
very good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of
Well,
fact.
yeah, because they're not on the
Surprisingly
receiving
enough,
end
we
of
can have a
insane
more normal
fucking
conversation. I
harassment
can have a more normal
campaign.
conversation
Why
with
wouldn't
them
they?
than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that...
They would most likely
just to
laugh
recap,
at all of this.
Just to
if they're
recap
watching.
here, so we can move on.
So again, Hasan is friends with a woman who promoted a harassment campaign that resulted in Child Protective Services getting called against Ethan because she was spreading a lie that Ethan was abusing his children.
I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to the house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
obtuse.
I'm not in support of
Hasan
that.
is acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that...
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get
This
back
is
to Israel
quick. It's
Palestine,
very
please? Because
quick.
like you
I
see
just
the
want to put a cap
genocide.
on this. Just a cap.
And making these
You're doing the
differences
thing that I'm
am,
so
and,
critical of you on.
partnering
okay?
with like the ADL. And
You said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a was. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern.
It's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do you
case?
think that
No, I don't. Well,
Sabra
fucking
Hummus'
there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him
Do you
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus' shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're
parallels?
you are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm
You
partnered
have
with
in the
ADL.
past-
Remember what
you
you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
What do you mean
talked about
bona
how you
fides?
gave
No.
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like that you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the great...
No, I'm not going to bother stealth only doing Last of Us 2. That'd just be boring.
scheme of things and completely useless. Do you think that
Yeah.
pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500?
This shit just gets worse and worse when they actually get into deeper debate on is rape versus Rapperstein. How long until Hasan troons out? I'd say 2 to 3 years.
Hopefully it doesn't take that long. Yeah, I saw some of it. He's fucking... Like, I mean, they're fucking Muslim terrorists. And there's, like, eyewitnesses and shit. There's some forensic evidence. Like... I mean... Why is it so hard to believe that the Muslim terrorists would rape women? Like, they killed innocent people, including children, but apparently raping women, they could never do something so horrible. Like, it's all... We know, we know why he does this. But thanks for the donation, Rape.
For you
I'll
to
answer.
spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian
harassing me?
creators?
I'll answer your question. So I claimed when talking about now. By the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that
But you wanted me to be
let me
as a
finish.
virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the
receive
case?
those.
What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms
We
of the
disagree.
fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
My mood's been pretty okay lately.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
Attacking people that
who
harass
are
me.
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the
claiming
silliness.
that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous. My
Well,
point
I
I'm
mean,
trying
that's
to make
kinda up to
here
other people
is
to
that
decide at this
your
point.
criticisms are in your own mind. Like, you have hallucinated an
By the way,
alternative
gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and you have it's subtle enough that you have
people
plausible
being mean to you is
deniability,
not
so that when you get
anti-Semitism.
accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're
Ethan,
doing. You are a
Ethan,
fucking anti-Semite,
Ethan,
and you've been caught out 3
Ethan.
different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you.
Dude, I'm so glad Ethan's finally standing up for himself and not giving into this fucking nonsense. Like, hopefully he ends up realizing that he's being gaslit about the Israeli genocide thing. Like, he doesn't even realize how deep it goes. Hopefully he wakes up.
you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because Ethan, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you. You literally think
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time you call me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism. That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't like you.
Anti-Semitism.
Let me stand on business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know.
No, Hasan couldn't beat me up. I'm 6'3", he's 6'4", he's only an inch taller, and he's much weaker and less athletic than I am.
Oh, I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well. All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So, do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
What? What? The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a
unlisted
clip.
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
None of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Dezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Dezbollah, their mass harassment operation that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting you when I've never spoken to,
No, I think
worked
you're
with,
doing enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny in my
yourself all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's a
that
really
up.
nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating.
I didn't say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hasan, are you crashing out? Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming that you don't have
do whenever you're trying to avoid
Ethan,
Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade. And also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man,
you are really hallucinating. Do you feel like that's a good person to align with?
I'm not endorsing him. I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information
from him. Have you ever spoken to somebody
use.
you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well, there you go.
Oh my God, I don't endorse. I'm speaking to one right now.
You talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've spoken with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
also,
because you.
Jesus Christ. Why can't his dog just bite him really, really fucking hard?
Lied about me for 2 years working with him.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
he did not defend Ethan to his community.
Agreed on. What have we disagreed on? I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree on?
Disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
What you think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a
not.
Compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay.
And he's done that over and over and over and over again.
That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until you're
Yeah, I'm sure Hasan's dog is a little upset having to live with this fucking loser jackass.
your wife stops you and says that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree. A genocide is happening. Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
Her
to
name is
use that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
and
Hasan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
refer to her as
context.
my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
I mean,
so
yeah,
why don't you
that's
say
fine.
that? Why,
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what
Yes,
I was
absolutely.
saying?
With
Why is
great
it-
pleasure, I will
Why is it
respond.
that? Why is it that
Because,
you
Hasan,
initially
that
understood
was
the full
one.
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good.
said, no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my
in fact,
responses.
you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
Sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with you.
way to-
I was going to be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. and
Ethan, I
you're
want you
still-
to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika.
No, the sword thing's not overblown. It was clearly a dog whistle.
Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is.
You are a
the baby
prolific
gloves.
liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend
Well, you
the
just.
lens of
I mean,
criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the
okay.
violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Uh-oh, chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
There is one instance in
Did you put a
captivity.
Hamas
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if
I
you're showing
said
my
earlier,
rapes.
You're giggling. It's so funny. Has a right to
No,
defend
I'm not
himself.
giggling.
What
I'm
rapes
saying, bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did
The
Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has
You know
committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Called
What?
people mentally ill. I find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
Yeah, I'm
of
not
sexual
exactly
violence. and
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in
okay,
general. but I don't really,
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your
Yeah.
authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan. Watch this.
Horrific acts of
Ethan,
sexual
can you-
violence.
Ethan.
And took
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy
Okay,
it.
but I got the
Hamas
point. You're
has
saying that
committed
like
horrific
you're
acts
showing
of
clips
sexual
of me.
violence
You're showing clips of me
and
saying
took-
that
Women and
someone
girls,
is
men and boys
Wait, what?
slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen.
That's
great commentary, by the way. Okay,
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you
was
misrepresent continually?
I
That you
did not
fucking
misrepresent
continually
the UN
lie about the
preliminary
conclusion?
report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the
Go
UN
ahead, you tell me.
preliminary report?
Tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no,
Unironically.
absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
one
instance in
course,
captivity.
As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda.
Ethan,
remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay.
Well, okay.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay, that's number one. Number two. Numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course, I remember you do that.
Assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at...
You don't need till I was write the song. It was written by 8-year-old. Not kidding. Gay. It was written by a gay 8-year-old. Thanks for the donation, E. That's gay out of 10.
Several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
through. Are they hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said picture didn't happen, bro.
Not enough to prosecute.
Right, okay. Okay, well, I guess we should release that Olympic doctor out of jail because he was convicted due to circumstantial evidence. There was never any forensic evidence gathered. It was all eyewitness testimony that ended up getting him convicted. So I guess what was that guy's name? Olympic doctor in jail. Larry Nassar. So yeah, we got to let Larry Nassar out of jail because no rape kits were gathered. In fact, it would have been impossible to use a rape kit because he raped these girls with his fingers. So it's not like there's any sperm or anything you can gather. So let him out of prison. It was only circumstantial evidence that got him convicted.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not enough to prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying. It's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zakah, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zakah is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that
Here.
obviously you don't rape
I'll
someone and
send
then
you
keep
the
them alive.
PBS
Right? So
article
most of them were
on-
murdered, and a lot of the forensic
I'm
evidence.
sending Dan the PBS article about how 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7 fueled the global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was
this from Al Jazeera.
discredited. Okay,
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's 2 accounts. But the rest
There's
of the,
way more than 2 accounts. Hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women.
Nazis donate $2 is Jimmy Dore officially a Nazi.
Come see us on tour. We're going to be in Bakersfield, San Jose, California. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. This is an existential fight for not just Israel, the Mossad, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the IDF. This is an existential fight for the CIA, for the intelligence community, for people like Palantir. They cannot afford to lose this fight. They cannot afford to have social media, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. They cannot allow it to dispense information. They have to have the control of the information, which is why
That is such a disingenuous fucking claim. It's not that they want control of the information, it's that they don't want information to be controlled by an adversarial regime that is deliberately trying to divide American politics and support interests that are antithetical to the United States. That's very different than saying the US government wants control of social media.
there's only 6 giant media companies in America, and that's how they control you. So this might...
Like, if TikTok existed during World War II and the German government, like Hitler, controlled TikTok, and Americans were watching TikTok videos about how Germany's based, Germany's nice, we treat the Jews well, America's evil, there's no reason America should get involved in World War II. Like, if that were going on, would Jimmy Dore say, oh, America wants control over social media so that they can gaslight the public? Like, no, you're talking about the Chinese, an adversarial regime, deliberately putting out propaganda on TikTok to fuck with American politics.
Blow your mind. Cud's news.
Yeah, you know what? He's officially an anti-Semite. Like, there's no reason he's that stupid and obtuse. So, not a coincidence that he's bringing up Jews and the ADL specifically in this. Most of the conversation around the TikTok ban has been around the Chinese Communist Party deliberately spreading propaganda that's affecting particularly the youth. And again, it's so that American youth create political divide, instability, and support political opinions that are antithetical to the interests of the United States. For some reason, when he ends up deciding to cover this, oh, the Jews, the ADL, oh, they're trying to control it. Yeah, so he's absolutely a fucking anti-Semite. Don't know if I'd go to the point of Nazi, but absolutely an anti-Semite. Thanks for the donation, Nazis.
Can you point me to actual, like, to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7, and it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli
Show me evidence
prosecution,
of anything you're saying.
they openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution
it is, but
of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it
What do you
sounds
mean, you
credible.
guys? Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical like rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent
Swastika boy.
debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Morangetz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why
They're all
someone sent me
dead,
this link
bro.
of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think
Ethan,
that they
where are the
raped people and then
victims?
didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me
yes,
the names of the
yes,
victims?
yes, yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying
You
rape.
are.
If there are victims that have come forward in this
I
process,
will play it for you.
as I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standards.
Q donate tillers, read the comments of the recent donations. There's no comments. Yeah, they're getting rid of the comments, I guess. Yeah, there's no comments. Is there anything else here? Oh. Yeah, there's no comments. Thanks for the donation, Q.
Its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
yeah, there's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that what you're gonna? Is that what you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape riots that took place.
Unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had a January 6th style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this?
I'm not defending this. The prosecutor's office and forcibly with guns took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding? Here's a victim.
Yeah, and they're getting criminally prosecuted for it, retard.
He raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean, I know exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
I couldn't do anything to prevent it.
Wait, pause it for a second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hasan.
Hassan,
don't silence her. Let her fucking talk. No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Buddy, if Hamas is raping the hostages, is it a stretch to assume that they also committed rapes on October 7th?
Cry or to be sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice
to
the person who had just
Listen to this victim. Show her some respect, Hasan.
Horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross.
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about what
gross.
that terrible man did to me.
It is.
We were held in such
show respect,
brother. That is fucking
no
gross.
person should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal
plug on this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
you really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male rape survivor of Hamas on October 7th.
I literally said in the video.
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist left. The victim, only identified as initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he
could not miss this stream.
Yes, well, glad you're here. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
You know, there's experience when Hamas elite.
Dude, Hasan is such a piece of shit. Like, this guy is just such a fucking disgusting scumbag.
The Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people. You joined the Supernova Music Festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my words.
Touch my private parts.
Because you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim.
You are so pathetic.
There we go. Yep. Don't let him make an argument. Don't let him show evidence. Now start moralizing. Derail the conversation. Dude, fuck Hasan. SV donated $2.
Hey, Dad, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What's it like being married?
Why don't you just leave me alone?
Jeez, okay, sorry.
Hey, don't ignore me.
Hey, Dad.
Alright. Well, thanks for the donation, SV.
As a fucking prop, a victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know
That is what it's like being married.
acknowledged it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh,
yeah.
Ethan,
Are you denying that?
You said, in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here.
More
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7th. Because
Wait, hold on,
I
hold
never
on.
said that
You're
there was
saying
no
only-
sexual
wait,
assault
what?
that took place.
Wait, you're
As a
saying they
matter
have
of
to
fact,
have been on
looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity
you
that
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the
Because
same
I
energy.
can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand.
The victim.
If there are
Just because you
victims,
need your
you
hero.
say
You know
believe
what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on.
Dude, what a pathetic lowlife. Literally showed. And then he's like, oh, it never happened. It literally shows somebody being interviewed who had it happen to them on October 7th.
Yeah, let's
What do you mean? You can't just let this move on from this. This is a major, major point of contention. You have falsely
just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
You deny
the
mass
one
rapes happened, and you're doing it right
instance-
now.
The instance of sexual
I showed
violence in
two. I
captivity
just showed you two.
that we know of up until this
Just showed
point.
you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No, you
that I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes
Yes.
happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for the
showed you
record,
two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did
so
not happen. There was
careful
no
with his
evidence for this
words.
whatsoever.
Four survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most
And
victims
not
were
only-
killed. Hasan. Report
Do you
follows
feel-
earlier
wait,
testimony from a man
okay.
who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand account of victims. You can yawn all you want. First-hand testimony of such
yawning.
crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Killed, dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they
do you
fucking
think
kill
when
them.
someone-
According to
do
the report,
you
4
think-
individuals approached the
Do you think
welfare
when
minister with
someone's
their
murdered that
sorry,
there's no way to actually examine?
Sorry, talk about
Do you
being
think that when-
gross.
do you
Listen to
think
these
that when
victims.
someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to
Bro,
actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
actually conclude
Because
that
you
person
know
was
that
sexually
Jews,
assaulted.
you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article.
reading
and I
you.
don't know
What are
where
you
that article
doing,
is
bro?
from.
I'm
You
showing
said
you the
dozens of
evidence that
victims
you're
came out
wrong
in that
right
article.
now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 12, sorry, not blah, 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 but 200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have
Okay,
no
so then
reason
what
to
the
believe
fuck
that
is
they
your
are. But
point?
from everything that I've seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual.
Dude, it's just like it's this level of cope.
Assault. And I will
I
give you a
just
clip
read
from
4
a Haaretz article
This is so
that was
exhausting,
posted
bro.
by
Uh-oh,
Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article.
Rosowski.
I just
Why
read
are
you
you
first-hand
discounting-
testimony
I'm
of
using-
4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're
it's
asking for
not that
pics
I'm
or it didn't
not-
happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
Where
the
did you
victims.
said, where's
I'm
their
saying that
bodies?
since-
Pics or it
since
didn't
what you
happen?
have mentioned, since
You're
the
saying
thing that
pics
you
or it didn't
mentioned,
happen,
okay,
right?
since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're
No,
fucking
that's not-
dead, you moron.
Who are they going to prosecute? Either the terrorists died or they fled back to Gaza and they don't know who the fuck they are. Who are they going to prosecute? NATO donated $2. Would this propaganda convince you to join NATO and fight?
NATO is perhaps unique in the history of the
defensive alliances because he'd have stood for over 70 years and not for aggression. I'm teaching you.
Not really. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Ron, what do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
You
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you?
Why are you saying
okay?
you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I
It might be. I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. It's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And you probably said it by mistake, even if you did. So it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Go ahead.
Because
I just read four first.
The question I have for you. The question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
I don't care. Let's move on.
Want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay?
Who are they going to prosecute if either they're dead or they're mass terrorists who fled back to Gaza? Who are they going to prosecute? It's just so bizarre. It's like if a child was at home alone, was raped by some intruder, and then they managed to get their dad's gun, shot the intruder, and then here's Hasan saying, "Oh, that child was never raped because the person was never prosecuted. They're dead." What are you talking about?
She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. She excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do.
Who are they going to prosecute? These are masked terrorists that are either dead or they fled. What is he talking about?
Something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this.
By the way, the idea that any women would want to be publicly known as the person who was raped by a fucking terrorist? Dude, you know how bad that would be for, if you want to get a date and you're publicly known in the media as the woman that was raped by a fucking Muslim terrorist? Yeah, that would kind of be something, even if they could get some sort of prosecution, which I don't know why you'd think that would even be possible, why they'd want to publicly come forward and be known as, yeah, I was the girl that was raped by a dirty fucking Islamic terrorist. Yeah, that's also another reason why they might not want to publicly come fucking forward. But again, there's no fucking way they could ever get a prosecution because, one, they're either dead or they're anonymous and they fled and they're hiding in Gaza somewhere, or they're also dead because Israel bombed them.
What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first.
Can you reveal just the first name of your best friend? No harm in that, it's just a first name. Reveal the name, you faggot.
No, I'm not doing that. Thanks for the donation tool. And he's lying again. No victims have come forward. Ethan literally just showed him 4.
The victims probably died, but there's no forensic examination. There has been no justice for these victims in Israel.
What the fuck is he talking about?
On October 7, due to the fact that the government completely ruined. Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There's no way to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
What do you mean bring justice to the victims? They're dead. It's just he's doing this knowingly and willingly. He's just lying. It's just again, can never admit he's wrong, can never admit he made a mistake, can never admit he lied, can never admit anything. Hasan's whole thing is lie, 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 lie. Just never stop lying. Grand Dam donated $2, it's timestamped.
If you gave America the knowledge that they could use.
You're not gaining weight because you're lazy. What? Okay, maybe I'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Grand Dam.
To improve.
Are you listening?
You think
for first-hand victims? I just read it to you.
Okay, but
let's,
what
you know
I'm
what?
giving
You're
you
right.
is the
You know what,
Israeli
Hasan, you're right. Let's
prosecutors'
err on the side
statement.
of these
If there are
victims
victims
lying.
then, why are
Let's
there-
err
why
on the
have
side.
they
No,
not-
you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And yeah,
No,
they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
Yes, you
you,
are.
my confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing.
while-
It's obvious.
while
Most of the
previous
shit happened. We're killed,
while
and it's
previous
a religious.
reporting came
It's a
out-
religious
while
part of
previous
this
reporting
first
came
responding
out-
unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which is just.
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They buried the
no,
body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the
buried the
victims deserve
bodies.
justice? What's wrong with you? Do you don't think these
Justice.
victims deserve justice?
This
Why
is
did
so
Israel
stupid. Can we please
refuse
move on?
an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these
actually,
four accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
How do you explain
the
these
United
four
Nations
accusers?
for a third party?
How do you explain these four
and conduct an
accusers?
investigation.
How do you explain the four accusers?
I don't know.
Okay,
Why?
very
How
good.
do you explain
Well,
the
let's err on the
I don't know how to explain the four accusers. I have an explanation for you. They were raped.
Those four accusers. My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't.
I guess we're at an
can't
impasse
speak
here.
out.
I mean, listen,
cannot-
Hasan, we're at an
I cannot
impasse. Can we move
disprove
on?
something that I don't know about when the
This is
prosecutor.
just
Do you think the Israeli Southern
embarrassing.
District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why?
Why would any of them go to the prosecutor's office? Their rapists are either dead, or they fled into Gaza, and they're anonymous. They're never going to be found, or they're dead. Like there's a war going on. They've probably already been killed by the IDF. So what would be their motivation to go to the prosecutor's office?
Why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm
Because
speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're
something that came
propagandist,
out
and you
after
fucking hate
that.
Israelis. Can we move on, please?
What?
This is obviously an impasse.
No.
Oh my
no.
God,
This is
I'm
very
just trying to
important.
consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is
You
exhausting.
have claimed falsely that I
No,
do not
I've-
recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we
So
move on?
you're- Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable
Well, let's
evidence,
take a look
verifiable
here.
claim of rape from a
Well-
first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this?
Like, yeah, that's what you have to do because he's a baby.
Tweet to me. This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead. You can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So, you can't see it?
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's the... Is just a little delay for him, Dan? Or-
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
So this is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication
that,
is what?
Rudolf Huss and his family put together.
And your
while
implication
in the backdrop, you can see
is
there is
what?
a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
and,
implication
there's a
to me
train that
is what?
most likely inferred to be sending.
This is the
Jews
clip
into
you're responding
concentration
to.
camp.
Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip?
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean,
You don't
I
know?
haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I
You were
assume.
there.
I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's not that
think,
bad.
if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like
see
ratio?
someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the the like ratio on this? Damn.
the like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos to be false.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike,
Let's
message
watch
is not
it.
correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
Not on leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you not? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not going to be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
video,
clip.
How I see Israel. You're in the video.
You listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking...
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Like, oh my God, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Wait, Hasan is claiming Ethan ruined the charity event? How? iDubbbz is the one who made the video.
I'm talking about Israel proper, and you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
You guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
You hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is?
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay, well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on...
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You're a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
He's calling Ethan a Nazi.
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, so let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're trying to say.
By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think it's...
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like the West Bank has checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more.
Kid Boot Only Tellers, this white boy makes a valid point.
Really prefer dad bods over a lean, muscular physique. This Twitter user wanted to get to the bottom of this, so he posted an anonymous poll, and the women unanimously chose the dad bod as their preference. And what's funny about this is that the men unanimously chose the lean, the shredded guy as their dream, their goal physique. But I'm going to tell you the cold hard truth on why women do prefer this physique over that one. In any relationship, you never want to be the one that's out of shape or in less shape than your partner. If this is the case, you feel a lot of pressure to keep up with your boyfriend or girlfriend. The sad reality is that most people cannot handle their partner being better looking than them, in better shape than them, make more money than them, etc., etc. We see this time and time again with people that get weight loss surgery. The divorce rate is like 99%. And the reason why the poll looks like this and most women prefer the dad bod is because the average woman in the United States is 170 pounds. So they're going to prefer someone who has a similar body style to them. This shouldn't.
This is just pure bullshit. So first of all, women prefer it when you're the better person in the relationship. Why do women prefer taller men? Why do they preferentially want a man who's taller than them? They also want a man who makes more money than them. Weird. They want a guy who makes more money and is taller, but they don't want a man who's in better shape than them? More height, more money, but not in better shape. Oh, weird. Okay, I guess that's just the one exception. They also prefer men who are more emotionally stable than them. They prefer men who are smarter than them. Women prefer men who are better in every fucking way, except when it comes to how they look. Okay, yeah, sure, pure cope. Don't ever listen to fucking women when they tell you, oh yeah, I like the guy who's in worse shape, who's fatter. Bull fucking shit. Dude, as soon as I ended up losing weight, I'm more lean, have abs. Guess what? The amount of fucking messages...
Do women really...
The amount of messages I've gotten from girls on Instagram has gone up dramatically. So that is just pure fucking cap horse shit. Women just say this because it's more politically correct or whatever. They have plenty of fucking reasons for lying. But no, women prefer men who have a fucking six-pack. That is just pure fucking horseshit.
That's out of shape or in less shape than your partner. If this is the case, you feel a lot of pressure to keep up with your boyfriend or girlfriend. The sad reality is that most people cannot handle their partner being better looking than them, in better shape than them, make more money than them, etc., etc. We see this time and time again with people that get weight loss surgery. The divorce rate is like 99%. And the reason why the poll looks like this and most women prefer the dad bod is because the average woman in the United States is 170 pounds. So they're going to prefer someone who has a similar body style to them. This shouldn't deter you from getting...
But they do want a man who's taller and makes more money than them. Okay, right.
Being like lean or shredded though, because the golden rule is that you get the same energy back that you put out. So if you're lean and muscular, you are most likely going to attract the lean and muscular women. Like-minded people find each...
No, you'll attract all women. Literally all of them. Bro, look at fucking Tinder. Look at the guys who are getting all the fucking pussy on Tinder. Why aren't they, like, doughy and out of shape like most women? Oh, weird, I wonder.
Each other in every aspect of life, whether it be fame, success, money, career, or body composition. Do women...
Yeah, right. That's why there's romantic novels like 50 Shades of Grey, where women are all attracted to the fucking billionaire who's like 6'5", who has like ripped abs and shit, is a bad boy. Okay. Right. I'm sure. Like, buddy, stop being fucking gaslit by these fucking women. It's just so stupid. So dumb. Like, look at fucking all the Hollywood celebrities that are getting attention from girls. Like Henry Cavill and what's his name? William Hemsworth. They're fucking jacked. They have abs. They're over 6 feet tall. Like, give me a fucking break. If girls preferred men who were out of shape and doughy, why in the fuck are all these, like, Hollywood celebrities all fucking lean and jacked? Like, look at fucking Brad Pitt. All the girls go fucking nuts for Brad Pitt. What does fucking Brad Pitt look like? Give me a fucking break. Buddy. Oh, weird. Isn't that strange? Yeah, women prefer dad bods. That's why Brad Pitt was like the biggest fucking Hollywood celebrity of all time. We're all the, like, year after year, sexiest man alive. I wonder why Brad Pitt was the guy they chose. He doesn't have, like, this dad... Why? Oh, no, Brad. You gotta gain weight. Stop exercising. Stop lifting weights. Sorry, dude. You're making women less attracted to you by looking like that. No, they don't want the abs. They want you to gain weight and be flabby. That's their ideal physique. Fuck off. I'm so sick of hearing this. So, look, women will fucking lie to you about what they prefer, and then these loser fucking dudes who don't want to fucking workout diet and go through the pain and suffering of losing weight, going to the fucking gym, and then maintaining that look of having, like, fucking abs, and they're like, oh yeah, women actually prefer this, and then they won't actually bother getting in shape and staying in shape. So, no, it's bullshit. Being in shape is fucking hard. That's why most people don't fucking do it. It sucks. It just does. Yeah, it's nice being able to eat ice cream and shit all fucking day. It's the truth. I'm not blaming anybody for that. But guess what? Women prefer it when you have fucking visible abs. It's just the truth. So, since most men are fucking lazy or have bad genetics or a combination of fucking both, if you're willing to put in the effort, it gives you a huge fucking advantage. So, yeah, fuck right off. read Parent Ian Lucerdo donated $2. Lies about WMDs from the U.S. Lies about dead babies and incubators in Kuwait. Lies about beheaded babies on October 7th. The October 7th thing, the beheaded babies came from, I think, a French journalist on Twitter. That wasn't put out by the government, you fucking idiot. With that in mind, there's an incentive to lie about rape to manufacture consent for war genocide. Okay, and the link you gave me is broken. You're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Well, I think his argument stems from the fact that women often get insecure about their looks. So when they see a dude who's in shape, they subconsciously know the dude is going to at the very least expect them to be in shape as well. So they cope.
Well, women are just insecure no matter what. They're always insecure. And guess what? If you're out of shape and a little flabby, one, they're going to be less attracted to you, and they're going to be more likely to fucking use that against you too. Like, if you, so let's say you're kind of like the dad bod dude, and then they're doing something stupid like gaining weight and eating like a retard and getting fatter and fatter. Or if they're being lazy and not doing housework, like you fucking name it, they're going to end up using that against you and say, oh, you're fucking saying I'm not doing enough housework? Well, you're fucking not exercising like you used to and you gained weight. So they'll just use it against you anyway. It doesn't matter. Women will be insecure and complain about fucking everything. The fucking fact is they're more attracted to dudes who are leaner and have abs. They complain and cope about fucking everything. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Not sexist at all, but women tend to say shit they do not mean, lol. They will say baby I love your beer belly, then go fuck the playboy with abs. When I worked as a bouncer, my co-worker and I would get numbers from girls with BFs all the time.
Yeah. I know this is a new concept for some people, but yes, women do lie about the stupidest fucking shit. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade. Grey Knight donates $2, bro. This is literally a post from Donald Trump's IG page. What is he fucking doing? Well, he is indeed a cult leader, so this makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying all I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the board.
So Israel is multicultural. Everyone who lives in Israel has the same rights as everybody else, whether you're Arab, Black, Asian, Hispanic, you name it. And on top of that, they're very friendly to the LGBTQ community. In fact, a lot of people get asylum in Israel because if they lived in Gaza or the West Bank, they're killed by radical Islamic jihadists. So a lot of Palestinians will claim asylum in Israel for that reason, because they're gay or trans or something. So Hasan is claiming Israel's this horrible, evil apartheid regime when they're not committing apartheid. And gay and trans Palestinians will literally flee to Israel and claim asylum because they're murdered in Palestine. It's just retarded.
Border boundary, okay?
Yeah. And by the way, Hamas has murdered hundreds, if not thousands, of their own fucking civilians or citizens because they were either gay, politically opposed Hamas, they committed political killings all the time, or they were suspected of being Israeli collaborators. So, I mean, they're literally murdering their own citizens, and then you're claiming, oh, Israel's an evil apartheid, right, while Hamas is murdering its own citizens.
And also,
I make
it's
a
an apartheid
distinction.
on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I mean, I lived there for 5 years.
I've literally done multiple physique update vids, dude.
It's in
From
Tel
the
Aviv.
crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from where?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot
exactly
further
where
than
you
6
live in Tel
miles.
Aviv.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
No, so
close
you're-
enough that you can see it. If you go to Sidorov, you can watch it.
The
They call
point
it
you're
the
making
night
is that
cinema.
everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point
There we go. Gaslighting. Oh, I didn't mean it literally. Right.
there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose the
officer.
one with the
Is
guy
that-
standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing it.
It's not. So, name one right or freedom Jewish Israelis have that Arab Israelis or any other Israeli citizen doesn't have. Name one. San is such a fucking idiot. So in Goku Donate Tellers, you grew out your hair. You and him would be twin brothers. Also, which do you think is better? Rivalry, Goku and Vegeta or Naruto and Sasuke? I'd say Goku, Vegeta. Sasuke was a fucking annoying dweeb. Like, Vegeta was just straight up badass, and he was only concerned with being better, and he just fucking ate it up, trained, and just tried to become better. Whereas Sasuke was just like this emo fucking annoying bitch cunt who, like, betrayed his own values just because he was, like, bitter and sore and stuff. Like, Sasuke's a fucking bitch. So yeah, Goku and Vegeta is way better. I can't grow out my hair like this. One, I don't think it'll grow that long, and two, my hair isn't curly like his, so. But thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
A genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand? I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's
and
not
I'm
the
gonna
same
show
at
you
all, dude.
How wonderful
It's so
Auschwitz looks like
Can
because it's
okay,
German
thank you
territory.
okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about
lived
the
there for 5
actual
years.
totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like
my God.
hyper-specific, narrow definitions that you have
I don't think he's even been to Israel.
invented in your mind. Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while...
Yeah, dude, it's so stupid that Ethan even takes that position.
There's a fucking genocide
Like, he just gives Hasan more ammo, and he doesn't even realize he's being gaslit about that.
going on
I mean,
by their own
you did a
admission
show with me and you
show
considered me
how
your friend and you knew that I was
multifaceted
apparently a
and
Nazi
beautiful
officer
Israel
that whole
proper
time.
is. What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were
Yes.
willing to work with a Nazi
I
officer.
also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kasef. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service.
Oh, right, all the pick-me Jews.
Refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilam Pape. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they're anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very
and
good.
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hasan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining
Let me
my
respond.
position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful.
Oh my god. Yeah, Ethan needs to learn to not be cucked anymore.
About how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations.
Well, my
that have taken
problem is
place,
not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my
Ethan,
family.
people make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something
We agree
that I
on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They
what did I say that's
output,
Zionist?
And they made these
What have I
inferences
ever
off
said
of your
that
output.
shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Alawali's Bussy donated $2.
There's a red tube video of my girlfriend slapping me and choking me and riding me. Yeah. That shouldn't be an indication that I'm going to lack leadership in a work situation.
Yeah, but Duncan, it's going to be hard to convince an employer who's masturbating to that video otherwise.
Exactly. My potential employer might see all those videos of my husband tying me up and having his way with me. And then they're going to think that I'm not going to be assertive enough for the job.
I mean, these days, everyone has an Xtube account. It's your own fault if you lose out on a job because you've got tons of videos on the web where you're slowly inserting various household objects into your anus.
Yeah, but what if you're showing those things in your anus on your own time?
But let's be smart about it. You know, if you know an employer might see this,
is this The Onion?
Post a video of yourself getting double teamed by two brawny Latinos to show your support of diversity in the workplace.
Oh, and multitasking.
And
multitasking. But I still want to have the right to badmouth.
Yeah, it's The Onion.
My employer while shooting a POV hand job without fear of affecting my future prospects for work.
If you don't want to jeopardize the content of your porn, you can always shoot from the eyes down.
Oh, but that's not the same if you cover the eyes. That's where the innocence is.
Yeah, but guys, don't these amateur sites also have privacy settings that you can set so that future employers don't have access to these questionable videos?
That's a good one.
Oh, no.
That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Alawali's Bussy.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I'm worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was, what you just said.
Okay, does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
What
did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month,
you can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
as recently
one.
as last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something.
I'm giving you another example. Just calm down and listen. As recently
You're
as
not
last
answering
month,
my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay?
No, bombing hospitals is not a war crime if it's being used as a military installation.
How I feel about Hasan.
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that, Hasan Piker. I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat.
Same. Thanks for the donation, Musashi Blade. So yeah, one, it's not a war crime to bomb a hospital if it's being used for military purposes, and two, Israel has not bombed any hospitals. There is not any evidence that they have bombed a hospital. Bombs may have gone off near hospitals. There may have been some sort of secondary fragmentation that hit a hospital, so they hit a building, one of the pieces from the building fly off, hit the hospital. But there's no evidence Israel has actually bombed a hospital, so that's just a lie.
Joe Biden claimed he saw pictures of beheaded babies. This was a lie perpetuated by the US state. Atrocity propaganda is consistently used to justify war/genocide, e.g. dead babies in Kuwait lie. Thus a higher standard should be applied to the RIPI claims.
No. You idiot. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now recognize that Israel's doing genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
Be a lot fucking safer than
There's not a standing structure
the
remaining
7th
in
floor of
most
an
parts of
apartment
Gaza.
building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
You're
every
okay with
hospital
Hamas spending the
that a bomb
totality?
shelter would
Can I
just
ask you a
simply be
question?
fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a
Dude, this is just fucking retarded.
question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against.
Okay, so most Palestinians are pro-Zionist because they criticize Hamas? Like, this guy's a retard.
The state of Israel
because they don't make bomb shelters.
Because your expectation for the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously time and time again.
Is because of your hyper focus
on
you, and your distractions away, and your deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous.
You being pro-Palestine doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
public enemy number one.
You call them terrorists. You call Hezbollah a terror group, which is by the American state's definition absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on. Do you not consider Hezbollah a terror group?
Against American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus. Deny people.
What do you mean intentionally vague? Well, like, by the way, he's still not answering the question. Is Hezbollah a terrorist group? And then he's like, America's definition of terrorism is vague. That's not an answer to the question.
People their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes, I think that this definition is intentionally vague.
Can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be
here. The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
here,
I'll be more precise.
Use its definition without ever actually thinking about it. What do you
mean? Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. Do you like them or no? They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Exactly. All right. Let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither. I do not have
Oh god, that's stupid. So first of all, Hezbollah has a military. And they actually get funding from the US military. So why does Hezbollah have to exist when Lebanon has a military and they get US aid and funding? They get vehicles, armaments, munitions from the US government. So why does Hezbollah need to exist? They also have never defended Hezbollah's southern border. what they've done is they allowed Hamas and the PLO to shoot rockets from southern Lebanon, and then when Israel invaded southern Lebanon to take out Hamas or the PLO, Hezbollah ended up joining forces with fucking Hamas and the PLO to attack Israel so that rockets can still be fired into Israel. So they did nothing to defend southern Lebanon. They're also terrorists. They've assassinated political leaders within Lebanon. They've also traded drugs. They commit human trafficking, and they also supported the Assad regime. So how in the fuck could Hasan have any of these fucking positions? And again, Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah, said he wanted to exterminate all Jews. So just fucking retarded, and it's stupid that Ethan would say, oh yeah, I agree, they defend southern Lebanon.
Single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to...
Oh, and by the way, the UN also ordered Hezbollah to stay in northern Lebanon and not go towards the south to avoid conflict with Israel. They never enforced that resolution, and Hezbollah has continually violated that UN order.
Incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel.
Isn't this the same dude that said 9/11 was a good thing? How can we expect him to denounce an Islamic terror group?
Well, yeah, he's a fascist. He just loves terrorism. So, thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade. What's also retarded is Hezbollah was launching rockets into Israel immediately after the October 7th attack, before Israel even made any military response. So to claim, oh, they're defending Palestinians from this genocide, why were they launching fucking rockets on October 8th or 9th? Before Israel even made a military response against fucking Hamas. Like, it's ridiculous. And by the way, these rockets are dumb rockets. They're not guided. So they're just hoping they kill any Jews. And Hezbollah ended up killing a number of civilians. They killed about a dozen civilians, some of them being fucking children, and a bunch, like, what was it? Like 80,000 Israelis had to be evacuated out of northern Israel because of that. Like, I mean, it's such a stupid fucking position.
Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fuck.
So the proper response to being against a genocide is to launch unguided rockets that will kill innocent civilians. Gotcha.
Region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide.
Right,
so what is the expectation?
This conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay,
now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right? Of defending.
No, it was not a noble thing.
Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in.
There was no IDF invasion into Lebanon. They were attacking the PLO.
And sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have...
Oh, dude. It just... I wish he could talk to somebody like Ethan at the very least.
Have a problem with them. So do
or
you
not
have
Ethan, Steven. Destiny.
Problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria? Mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah.
This is like me saying I don't have a problem with Hitler, and then you say, but he killed 6 million Jews. Well, when did I ever say I didn't have a problem with Hitler killing 6 million Jews? Like, it's fucking retarded.
Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact. And I do have a problem
You're
with that.
precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now,
oh, okay, so then you're against Hezbollah launching rockets into Israel that were unguided and killed civilians and required mass evacuations. Okay.
having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
So, by the way, at minimum, the estimated civilian casualties is 340,000. So him saying, oh, well, that's the total number of deaths, including militant deaths. Okay, I don't see like a big moral distinction between killing 340,000 people and 500,000 people. So, okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What does it matter the exact count?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed out town that was barrel bombed, most likely by Russian forces.
Bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
False. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading
You're defending terrorism
falsehoods
right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is it so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000
people. Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Regime.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian.
I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs.
Ridiculous.
How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
That's not what he said. He said he has no problem with Hezbollah.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I've talked about.
You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
You said
you were talking to a normie.
Now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian
civilians? Here's what you said,
civilians?
because you want to be precise.
You made up the...
I like what you like.
Ethan, you
I don't have an issue
stupidly
with them. Let's just
said that they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allies. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending
them,
sounds
Ethan.
Like it.
This is like saying, oh, I have no problem with Mussolini. And then you bring up their collusion with the Nazis. And then you say, oh, well, Mussolini didn't really kill that many Jews. He didn't really kill that many civilians. Like, it's just, like, it's so retarded. Like, no wonder he was afraid of doing this debate. He knew he was going to look like a fucking idiot.
You ever tried to reach out to Ethan? Seems he is on his way to finally waking up with all this Hasan shit, so maybe a little talk with you could fully wake him up with this Palestine shit. Sick cat backpack, by the way. Gummy needs badass helmet now, lol.
I don't know if he'd wear a helmet. I don't think he'd really like that. Hey, gum. Oh, I love my gum. I've never reached out to him. He definitely knows of me. But thanks for the donation, gaslighting, Hasan.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim repeating what you said. You liar.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can you lie to people? Like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the? So you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd.
I don't know if Hezbollah has killed more Muslims. They may in fact have. I don't know what he means by that. Like since 19 48? Like, maybe not. It would be accurate to say Muslims have killed more Muslims, or Iran has killed more Muslims, or Syria has killed more Muslims. Like, that would be accurate.
Against AB, when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that, for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat... don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't,
I'm Zionist?
work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing
Responding to
people
harassment.
who are offering analysis and not justification.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Actually formed. You're upset.
Hassan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice
you don't
now.
need to explain anything to me. I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State
Answer.
Department's designation for
Answer the
terrorism
question.
is valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and
you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say, oh, Hassan defends terrorists, okay,
literally
there's a reason why you say that. You say that to disparage me without actually addressing my arguments. And now when you're faced with me face to face to talk about these issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being like Ethan defends terrorism? Well, I think you do. But
I said their actions were noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception was a noble one. You said Hezbollah was...
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
people can assume I'm Zionist, but it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is clear.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have left your community for this reason.
Has nothing to do with this.
You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta.
Dude, you got me on that Korean barbecue tofu and it's been all 3 of my meals today. That shit is beyond dope.
Yeah, Korean barbecue sauce is the fucking shit, dude. Doesn't get better than that. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
Because you can't comprehend
Jesus
the reality.
Christ, bro. I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just gish gallop forever.
Cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please, let me just talk. You say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan,
please, Hasan, let me finish a point.
If you demonstrated,
you gotta let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah, no, listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on, let me finish. You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community, by the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I say that?
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that has called CPS. And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
You're inferring
not.
it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for this participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
A shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hassan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
You have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him, to attack me. Okay, there's a difference.
And that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024, where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's... let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar
hypocrite
you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like.
Yeah. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing
Dan, sorry, hold on.
especially because of the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the Ribbon Palestine will be free.
I'm not gonna let you stump me again. Another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, walks like a duck, walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide,
Can I play this? This
token Jews?
Here's
that are not representative of the broader movement.
Well, they're statistically
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
yes.
that you don't like, and you are.
I have a problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend. Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what? I also
and all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is insane, pathetic, bold-faced lie.
No, he said.
You literally said, oh my God,
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You
asked for it.
Actually,
hold on, you asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
oh my
you
God,
ever
wait,
asked
I sent
for.
you all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so Palestinian.
Yeah, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. So there you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, I'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
Right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
middle. By
middle.
the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay. Trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign the Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry dog. I don't care. I
mean, I watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going. No.
It's
Come
7
on, we
minutes
watched
long,
a
bro.
lot of your
Spare
clips.
the
Keep going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go to
finish
the
it.
middle.
I know what it is. You talk
Go to the
kindly
middle.
about... Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think
absolutely
I'm
are
not trying
not.
to get people
No,
to stop yelling about you at that
Okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
I'm
My
never-
turn.
Well, I was no, yes, whoa,
You were
whoa,
just
whoa.
screaming, play the video.
You
You told me
just
to
said I
shut
wasn't
up.
moderating my
Hold
community
the
and
phone.
claiming that-
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that
Okay,
you didn't
go
watch.
ahead.
Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Nice
the
shirt,
stream.
by the
I'm
way.
just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged
that's my
him?
point.
I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Wait,
Thanks for
that's
watching.
in the clip.
Free
Ethan, you keep
Palestine.
doing this thing.
Thanks for
playing the
watching.
clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I'm playing the clip. Just
shit
chill out.
that I said I told you do why I wasn't appreciate, watching that. regardless
Oh
of
my
my
God,
disagreements
Hasan,
with him
you're talking over the
on
clip.
his
You need to
skin.
let it
I
play,
don't-
okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just...
Oh my god. Every time he gets called out on a lie, he just tries to yap so nobody can hear it.
It's a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency.
Link to his
Because
page.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. We're such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he's such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying,
Ethan,
your community
I don't
doesn't
know
do
if you
harassment, right?
understand. I don't know if you have
Let's just promote
I don't
Bad
know if you have a
Empanada, who
command of the
literally
English language.
exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just
Well,
mean
you're
on Twitter.
talking-
He is the
no,
most
you're doing it right now.
insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a
Okay,
terrorist, right?
can we-
Someone who,
I
by
got
the
it.
way,
Yes,
like,
you're.
what terrorist attack has he
By the way, you
has he
could even
committed?
watch
What
a
terrorist attack
fucking
has he committed? I can point to
7-minute
a
video
terrorist
of
attack
me
like, why is
actually
he
defending
committed?
you to your
What
audience
terrorist
because that would
attack
kind of
has he
betray the
committed?
narrative.
It's
that
almost
you're
done. It's
presenting.
almost done.
Which
It's done.
one?
It's almost
He would
done.
perhaps
Okay,
benefit
go ahead.
tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely,
what.
provably,
Do
empirically
you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So, Bad Empanada, he's crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist, okay? Like, there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay? His work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
He lies constantly, and every video he's ever made is just dog shit and inaccurate.
What about his videos
YouTube
attacking me?
essays,
Are those, is that
especially
part
when
of
it's issue-specific,
his great body
Bad
of work?
Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching one
very
called
informative.
Ethan Klein as a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad... Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role-play hunting Ela and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think... No, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens
None of his videos are well-sourced, well-researched.
to be a fucking freak.
Ethan
who literally
Klein is a Zionist
in terms
dog,
of
and by the way, I
blockade
want to
on
kill his
Bad
wife.
Empanada, the reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How
The
many?
reason why that blockade ended
How many
is
have you watched not about me?
What?
How
The
many
reason
videos
why-
of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe I
have
don't know.
no idea.
Maybe one.
I watched a fuck ton though. I watched a fuck ton of videos.
And are most of them about me?
No,
Oh,
no, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Let's see. Oh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are
Bad Empanada also pretends to be vegan just to stir up shit on Blue Sky. Fucking loser.
all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on.
These are fan
Over.
channels.
Let me. Over
These are
60-day
fan channels.
period.
This
That's
is
24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This
Right.
is disingenuous. You're
Right.
presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of
fan
all, I'm
channels
just
that are
showing how much you talk
posting-
about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel
Ethan,
defense is a.
Ethan.
Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no
Who's
control over
obsessed
my
with
fan
who?
channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same
And
thing
you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all
Of course
part, so
gonna
you
look
don't
like
ever
I'm
have to
talking
accept
about you a lot more
responsibility.
than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the no.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same
It's
moments. The last
usually
one
the
does
same
not.
moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to
does
the
not have
fucking
this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. Times you talked about me on your
Okay.
stream. Well, why do you deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay, so and
because I think you are up until this very moment. You have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought
You mean because they're anti-Semites?
Like, hold on. Do you think this is
Because
reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go
Okay?
ahead, and by the way, just take this in, okay?
On
Last
your
60 days.
Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on, let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your
Wait,
Instagram
hold on.
story
From what period?
posts
From what period of
since
time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan
I'm
channels.
asking
That's
you
just
for what
your
date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
Since January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
What
clips.
year?
You have mentioned
What year?
me. 2025.
So you're saying I story about you 100 times this year? That's an
110.
absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that.
110
Show me your
times.
evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110
This is
times.
before
Show
the
me.
clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no.
Son,
It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2
Ethan,
months. They're not my
110
channels. They operate with
Instagram
your
stories.
approval,
When you
under your
look at
direction.
my,
It's
when
part of
you
your
look at me
disinfo campaign
referencing
to
you,
avoid
it's
responsibility.
almost
So obvious.
always within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking hostile. When are we in agreement?
Hasan, you
Hasan called me
say
stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you
What?
stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I
which
try
you
to sue?
openly
Whoa,
stated
whoa.
You wanted to dox
When
them
did I
to their families.
Hold it. What? This is
You
on.
sent frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well,
Can
Ethan.
anonymous
I know
Redditors
think
defame you
Instagram
and harass
stories
you?
go away.
Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright
Did
lie.
you or did you
Hold on,
not-
dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people that are anonymous
Extort?
Redditors?
Who's
Sure,
extorting?
they said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking
okay?
Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah,
Go on.
kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented, I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was supposed to start, that went viral in your community, was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an
If you
outright
can
lie.
find
It was
one
defamation.
instance
And by the
where
way,
I have
fuck
talked
yeah, those
about,
people should be
if
held
you can
accountable.
find one instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm
I will give you
explaining
$1
the
million.
context, dude. You're
I
accusing
didn't
me of
even know
something.
that until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm
Because
explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking
Let me-
clue
No, I'm not.
what you're talking about. I only saw the litigation.
Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay. About
well,
this
great.
instance,
It's not that crazy then.
One of the redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First
only
of all,
did you sue for copyright infringement,
Hasan,
but in the process,
you are absolutely. Hold on, you're lying. So
in
you
the
have to
process
stop.
of
I have
suing them
not
for
sued
copyright
anybody.
infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit. What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does the lawyer think that you can just like make people dance?
All right.
If they
do you
got him on a
want to
copyright
have a
claim?
conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, suddenly silent. So there might be a reason for why he's doing this. Gee.
Listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Well, just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was
this
shocking
person,
to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
Views from you how?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Oh
my
my
by posting on Reddit?
God.
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a lawsuit?
Fair use.
Do you know the difference between a letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to try
frivolous.
and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say?
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
criticize. You know how many people
criticize.
criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my God, this is so.
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting paywalled content and saying, watch it here so that you don't support Ethan. Okay? Spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay? You always
Like, all he can do is fucking lie and yap.
say that whenever first of all, let me give you a stat. You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I've had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
Ducking you? I'm
4
sitting in
months.
front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good, as today has demonstrated.
Yeah, and he tried to back out of the debate over and over and over again.
And that's precisely why you tried to add additional qualifications to it. Like, oh, just watch my video. Just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking.
It's not a biography. You understand that, right?
Can I ask
do you
a question
understand
for
the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting
It's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography.
tuning in
It's
right
not about
now-
the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
Very
fuck?
poorly. By the
How
way.
do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched
And
11
you
hate
haven't-
videos.
and you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
By the way, I
also,
said I would
I'll
debate
tell
you if you
why.
watch it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
Which you can't provide, by the
There's
way.
a video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made
You didn't
in
watch
his
the video. How do you know
Do
that?
I have the capacity to,
You didn't watch the video.
do I have the capacity
So
to
where'd
see
you get the
future?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did
watch
I
the video
answer all
then?
of his
Why not
questions?
just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
do
You're
I
like,
get a
I
list
don't
of
want to
all
watch the
your
video. Just send me a
points? Do I get a
list
list
of
of
all
all
the
your
things. So I
points,
don't
Ethan?
want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe
Ethan,
he would make a good point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's
that I
right.
didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot?
So
by
let
the
me
way,
explain to you
being
something.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did
you
I
are
have-
infallible
why
and
did
can
I
never
have
be
all the
criticized. That's
information?
awesome logic.
Why
You
did I
want to
have
talk
all
about the
the
content
information that
nuke,
I actually
Hasan?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
What's out of
sexual
context?
assaults, is that one of the clips that you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was
I
from
showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped, where me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we
was
going
me
over this again?
defending the likelihood of rapes happening. Ethan, do you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that was a rape denier?
Bro, it literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I
showed. You feel like
I showed you
that wasn't out of context.
How was it out of context? How was that out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there's a likelihood that they might have happened because rapes are actually commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflicts in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
So here,
do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's one example. That's one small. What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. Or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to
give me examples that was out of context?
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely slept.
Jesus Christ, Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a what?
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it. And then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths. That these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us.
What's funny is Muslims have way higher rates of inbreeding. And I think later he accused somebody of being racist towards Muslims for calling them inbred.
So we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to?
You gotta watch these clips.
Inbred, inbred.
And that's not just a yapper.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Shut up, dude. Come
you
on.
continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Of course I'm calling the fucking Kahanist Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid when I was calling them fucking inbred? You were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So again, Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background, dude.
By the way, this is the difference between me and Hasan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade Casey tweets and Snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or box or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on
they're
people.
Fucking Nazis, Ethan. What's wrong with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
You're continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking crybully claiming that
he was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybully?
No, he's a crybully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? When someone
to be a crybully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits play a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of...
So it's good to attack Jewish students on campus. Okay. I guess he has the moral high ground.
How you feel slighted
by. So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending
Nazis.
them. I'm attacking you. How is me saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza.
So if you're Jewish, you're a Nazi. Okay.
And you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back
they
immediately.
Look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you?
I'm doing good, Chef Poppy. Not much is new. Been rollerblading again because the weather's nicer.
I literally took it back immediately.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
Oh my God, there's a lot more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay?
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
All right, sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's rewriting history.
I'm gonna say this very clearly to you.
No, it's not that you cared. It's that you fucking
very
glazed
clearly
him
to you
up.
right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel. Like fucking
That's
bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was partially owned.
Island.
It's a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for fucking for Turkey from
matter.
India.
What do you mean?
There was
What do you
they
think
kidnapped
BDS is,
5 totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners and kept the prisoners for a
in your
year.
fucking video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
Take
part
what
too?
back? I didn't
Wow,
hear
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know.
on
What,
so
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli
guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British company.
It's an Israeli
It's
conglomerate
owned by a
that owns
British
the
company.
fucking ship.
So it's owned by a British
company. You literally
company.
claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to get.
How much of this? So if this Jewish or this Israeli guy,
0.5.
If this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that
Well,
even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like I agree with their.
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that.
Dude. Hasan is the reason flamethrowers were fucking invented. Like, this is the most unhinged, whack job shit.
Once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate.
No, it wasn't. That's an outright lie.
Video.
You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're basically running defense for a terrorist organization. Now, do I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait. Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al-Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping
withstood
15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was, I remember. I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video. They were held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were all.
Why did he make that as a point if they were in fact held prisoner for a year?
So how's that help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors
Do you
hostage
understand the
for a
concept
year.
of deterrence?
Well, how's it deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking
Do you understand the
foreign
concept of deterrence?
sailors?
Yes,
How is that a deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted it.
Unfortunate for me that I missed out on a good conditioning session with my trainer. My shoulder was killing me. I truly believe I tore something. You might want to get a ultrasound. I think an ultrasound is good enough to see if you have like a labrum tear or something. A lot of people end up having torn labrums.
An entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either. So
that's what Norman Finkelstein
said. How can people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was unaffiliated, as I said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. Okay. But if it was, it wasn't, even if it was
they didn't even kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending
Ethan,
that?
You know what's
defending them
shit?
Kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
You know what's fair shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid
When did I defend
flotilla.
that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending
Israel,
terrorism,
as
though.
of this conversation
And
taking
you've done
place,
it many
Israel
times during
last
this
night
conversation.
literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral.
Like, this is so fucking retarded. Blowing something up isn't by definition terrorism.
Think very good. You're right. You're so righteous. Do you think that the Filipino hostages who are held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of resistance? Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. It was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's
owned by a British company.
Connected. You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well, you're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't
matter.
Well,
Okay,
so
that's
the
point number
larger
5 that you also presented falsely on your contact view.
The problem is more the
Someone's gotta be
kidnapped
keeping
sailors.
tally
I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please explain to me
what
how it's
you would
justifiable
do,
to kidnap 15
What would
sailors.
you do? Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it, I think. We're going to figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated
During the
holding them for a
Holocaust,
year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So
Filipino guys?
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call a genocide are actually terrorists because you don't agree with
kidnapping
their
innocents?
fucking methods. Well, you have no way.
Kidnapping
you have
innocents.
no alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not
You call
true.
it
I said just
genocide,
don't
they're
kidnap
supposed to
innocent
sit
people.
around. Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right? Well, is that possible?
Okay, fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to...
I don't even think that's true.
...to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously...
Didn't they stop because American warships were intercepting them and killing them?
They wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again. And then
That's
also
great.
turned
What does that
around...
do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you mean?
Innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a
No, they're not terrorists.
different thing. It's like
why is it a different thing? You think the Ansarullah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansarullah movement.
But I'll say yeah, Israel. The IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansarullah movement actually came to power without...
Yeah, dude, this is just cuckoldry.
Getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansarullah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not
know.
know.
You don't know?
Yeah, you should
That's
try
really
saying that
interesting
sometimes.
because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Give me
and
one.
it turned out that actually...
Give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansarullah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The Houthis have slaves. That's not even contested.
They weren't the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The
and you
Houthis
used
have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers that at a time when
I just
Saudi
don't understand
Arabia
why you're
was doing
defending
a
the
fucking
Houthis
genocide.
for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking
Just
about?
acknowledge
dude?
that they do terrible
The
shit.
Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
they don't have shit. They don't have slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
and
man-made
how's that
famine.
blockade, by the way, helping the country?
Saudi Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE.
helping the
Why
famine
did
in
you
Yemen?
use-
How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional
What is
expert.
blockading and doing for the poorest country on earth?
Ansarullah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain
on
to
this
me why it
issue, but
matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
Oh, their blockade is. Oh, their blockade is awesome.
Why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says first to Jews, which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein? And how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with From the River to the Sea.
You agree with kidnapping civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse the Jews and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts
how is that relevant?
These actions and the blockade against these. You used him as a primary source earlier because you thought he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk about
you use this perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claim that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries. And I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And by the way, you're not going to scare us. You're not going to
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point,
Oh, I can keep going all
I'm
day
sure
if you want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed.
It's very odd.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had an option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was good. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? As you said, the poorest country on earth.
That is
what
a
are they doing
direct
for
material.
peace?
The Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the River to the Sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay, hold on. I know you keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring. Whenever you come across
no, it's irrelevant,
you have to admit
and you just talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is.
Yeah, they commit slavery. They hate women. They kill gay people. They also hate Jews. It's literally in their banner.
Correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all it is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem, and the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF?
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun.
He is a Houthi. He was... My God, there's literally a video of him attacking a ship.
In the second highest gun ownership density per capita, and because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch
you
this.
kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
His last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay.
Let's watch the evidence.
This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker,
terrorist,
in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No, it's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure
because the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools.
It's Yemen. Like, what is he talking about?
Have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not
so, of course, for everyone in that side of the fucking world, when they say Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including...
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank was a pacifist. So the person who's like kidnapping people is like Anne Frank? Like
Anne
what?
Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish people.
Would you think Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them, yeah.
And took up arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that didn't happen?
Anne Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
It wouldn't be the same.
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what... Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if Anne Frank... Do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel isn't occupying Yemen anyway?
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism...
Like this is just schizophrenic. Oh, obviously Yemen hates Israel. Israel's not occupying Yemen or doing anything to Yemen. Yeah, but, they're seeing them do it, like...
You say the Saudis, you said this, why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it damn the Jews?
They're directly fighting Saudi Arabia.
You see the Star of David, of course they hate Jews. What about why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the Jews.
Yeah, so why don't they do that to Saudi Arabia if Saudi Arabia is responsible for causing, like, so many deaths? Like, what he's saying is just retarded.
Time and time again is... kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate by Western standards. But if you listen to
Saudi Arabia?
Clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No, let me show you this because you've been going on and on.
Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
You condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video. Okay. He says, ready for sacrifice. Maybe I read
sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? The meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cup. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the Red Arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier.
He doesn't even speak English. Oh, right. More gaslighting. Probably didn't even know what that is. He thought he might have thought somebody was asking him if he likes ice cream.
If he is, even...
Jesus Christ. SV donate $2.
Hey, I got you guys protein shakes.
Awesome. I love protein.
I know you love protein. I love protein too.
Yeah, protein rocks. Are you guys talking about protein? I love protein. I love protein too.
We know you love protein. Protein rocks.
Awesome. Protein rocks.
Protein.
Protein. Protein.
Protein.
Protein. Protein.
Hey,
Very nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Even if he is. I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank
just like Anne Frank, by the way.
If Anne Frank if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
Because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're going to do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
And Frank died before she could resist.
Dumbass.
But if she did, I would
She
never
was
hold that
fucking killed
against
in a
her.
concentration camp, you
Exactly.
psychopath.
But if she
was
did,
exterminated with her whole fucking
I would
family. Her
never hold
dad's
that
the only
against
one
her.
that
Would
survived
you?
and recovered
But
her
you
journal. Are
wouldn't
you
hold that
fucking
against her
mad?
either, Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against
I wouldn't
Anne
hold
Frank
it
if
against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical like figure that said, despite my family being killed in a concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck is what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
You
who
really
is
like to do
19
that.
fucking years old.
Well, you
Okay,
said he's not a Houthi.
so-
You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and glazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently partied with the captains? You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me? Just insane.
Here's some clips
But hold
that you
on,
haven't
besides
shown.
being like wrong, it's
Here's some clips. No,
insanely
we're going clip for
incompetent.
clip. We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
This is just outrageous. Yeah, the Houthi terrorist is just like Anne Frank. Oh my fucking god. Like, how does he still have a fucking audience? The world is just wrong. Oh, for somebody like Hasan to be able to make money, dude.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a
Okay,
pacifist.
do you want me
That
to
is
watch
your
this? I mean,
perspective.
what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود يرغبون ان يعودوا الى اليمن؟ هل بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا؟ طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين متأيدين السلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break.
يعني مشكلتنا مش مع اليهود.
Our problem is not with the
Feeling
Jews,
like a big
guys.
man, buddy? Dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen? You pick and choose what you think?
Here we go.
You pick and choose what you think is appropriate
Well, what
to
do you think
show?
about all this shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is
He
not
both
at
believes
odds
the Jews
with
are
what
our
you
friends and also we
presenting.
need to murder
The problem
them all.
is,
He believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The problem is you conflate.
No, he said Jews. He and the tweet
conflate
said this is
Judaism
what we're
with
going to do to
Zionism from a
Jews.
Western perspective. For them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
And
it
that's the
as
Jews'
Jews.
fault, right?
But listen to
you're
me.
blaming
But
the
listen to
victim.
me. Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That
because
is
he
such a
does not
lie.
have-
You're such a liar.
He's
You said-
media
I
trained.
watched it. That's not what he said,
He has
though.
no
He
reason.
said
So first of all, that guy's media trained. The idea that he wouldn't lie to you during an interview when you're asking him a very pointed question, like just retarded. Just like he's not worth anybody's time.
That if they support
He's in
Palestine, then I
fucking
like
Yemen.
them.
He could be
He
dead
didn't.
by
You're
now.
lying.
What?
You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't
Wait,
say
what do you
that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear you just repeated what
Go
I
ahead,
said.
what'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't
What
say
did he
love.
say? Hold on
He
a
said
second.
like.
What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to move on,
Ethan,
bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic
tweet that.
person.
He did tweet
okay,
stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But
He
even
did
then,
say
I
that.
probably wouldn't be as vicious as
He
you
literally
assume
said that
I
on
would,
social media
or you want me to
continually.
be, because I understand the material conditions and
kill all
what
Jews.
plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody
what
needs to
their
fear from
upbringing looks
Jews,
like.
he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining.
No,
He's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent
By the way,
you.
is this, I don't know if
Wait.
this music's claimed, by the way. We can.
It doesn't.
It does matter,
It's
unfortunately.
most likely
You're on
not
Twitch
fucking
where
claimed.
stealing
Come on.
content is fucking regular, but on YouTube, there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link
Mr.
of
Fair Use? Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get
course
your
I care about
high-powered
my
attorney to
monetization
fucking
status.
sue them and make demands about how they
What's that
have
do with fair use?
release
Yeah.
information about their
All right,
about their
let me
allegiances
play
to
this for a
Reddit.
minute, and then we'll move on.
إلى اليمن فوقوا رؤوسنا وما في عندنا أي مشكلة وهذه رسالتي لليهود أتمنى أن توصل وطبعا وأشكر الأجانب.
This is the most pathetic terrorist propagandist bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow.
you-
Let's
look,
keep it going.
man,
No, I love
look.
this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hasan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half of MSM was chasing."
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about
Ethan's all right. Like, I don't have a problem with him.
anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
No, you asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him? Why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about
what?
do you think? What was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace
Is that
and
right?
they look like a human being.
So you're resorting to calling me racist now? By the way, this dude's white as fuck. What are you talking about?
Ethan.
This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about,
let's get back
dipshit?
to the IDF.
Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim
The
are
IDF
valid
is
military
protecting them.
targets?
It's fucking insane.
In the process,
was
of
my
the
wife out there
bombs that they're
protecting?
doing.
Sorry, was Hila out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently, for the record,
She was
a couple
fucking,
months ago.
Yeah, you're gonna do
She was
the
out there
rare
doing
Ramallah
night
snark
raid.
bullshit.
Do
Go
you
on. Yeah,
think-
your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
She
18 years old, bro.
described
She's a
the process
secretary.
of taking someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home, and your wife
Can they not
went on
commit crimes?
a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a
Is your
terrorist
wife a
city.
valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your
She's
wife
not a
is
West
a
Bank
terrorist?
settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the
Bad
West Bank.
Empanada
Where's
thinks she
Ramallah,
is.
Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think she's a valid target.
You
Do
think
you?
she's a valid military target?
Do you think
That's
she's a
my
valid
point,
military
because
target?
there's
Do
inconsistencies
you
here.
think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of
How
fact.
great.
I don't.
Right,
Okay.
can we please move on to this
No,
thing?
listen to me.
Hasan,
Listen
bro,
to
you're
me.
making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay?
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know
say
who
you
was
hate
kidnapping
West
for
Bank.
what reason.
You say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
Who
First of all,
protects the settlers, Ethan? Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
Oh,
What if he
so
fucking
it was
stabbed
just
civilians?
Do you
Doesn't that
understand
happen?
the process in which how people are arrested in the West Bank,
Do
Ethan?
Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow
They're
up
placed
civilians?
they're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go
Do
through a civil
Palestinian
court
terrorists
process.
ever
They are
commit
not-
violence on civilians that
They
would warrant them
are
being
not-
arrested?
They
Give me a
are
fucking
not
break.
in the West Bank.
You don't know anything
The
about this
Palestinians that
person
are
or this
kidnapped
raid.
are in Ramallah, in Palestinian territory. Your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know
That's
people
not
that
how
have
it's
also
known,
served
but
in the
okay.
Israeli
What do you call
Occupying
it?
Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the
By the way, her name is
silence,
Hila.
for
I don't know if you
example,
keep doing
in
your
terms
wife.
of my
Why do you do
coverage.
that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who
But
cares?
it just
Stop
belies some really
focusing on
bizarre
random
thing.
shit.
It's not
Stop
random at all.
focusing on
It says a
random shit.
lot.
Listen to my words.
Bro,
Listen to my
please.
words.
It's so
I have no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who is
hold
supposed
on.
to be able to resist against this
Hold
genocide?
the
Do you
phone.
actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options. One, religious exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem.
You can't get religious exemption unless you're part of like some weird religious cult, and she'd have to be in the West Bank too.
With her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well,
Those are
listen,
real
you
human
can talk
beings
to, you
that
can
are
talk to
getting
her,
kidnapped.
debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, well, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a question.
podcast.
Hassan,
She's talked
please,
on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
She
to
was
let me
bored. She
talk.
had a
The fact that
secretary
you're
job.
just talking
mandatory
over me
subscription. It
and
was an
being
adventure
louder
for
does not
her.
mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay, it's good to listen to what I have to say. She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a
What if he
vicious
killed
terrorist
people?
monster.
Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? I don't. It's under occupation. No, I don't think so. But it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it. it and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
no, that's Please provide the evidence for that claim.
Are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about,
okay, fine, my wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No, my wife is a terrorist.
That is, as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan says, only I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD too?
I understand people can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. If she is illegally there, she is not supposed to be there. It doesn't matter. Her and her.
So, first of all, Israelis can travel to Ramallah. That's what he's saying is false. Secondly, no. If there's terrorist activity in Ramallah, the IDF has a right to stop the terrorist activity.
Entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in.
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in.
Okay, she's a terrorist. Please, we got to move on. This is
the
like
reason why. The reason why the Israeli occupying force. The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in these night raids in the West Bank is to create a constant feeling of terror.
Talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got to understand.
The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay, thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do. You got to move on.
The reason why I know that. You want to know why I know that?
You want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan,
I'm taking that as a yes.
Breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Ela could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States government?
Is this your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against the goddamn government
Why
doing
don't you stand up for your, hold on, why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying,
what wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Gila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that everything's black and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah, he's a fucking terrorist. Who says he wants to kill Jews. You said like Anne
Frank. That's why you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my God, bro, please. I want this to be watchable, okay? Let's move on, please. Thank you. You made your point. You made your point. Okay, so specifically,
oh my God,
you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
to 1948 countries
just to give the whole context.
Expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the exaggeration?
By killing them.
No.
There was no planned ethnic cleansing campaign.
By massacring them, and then letting survivors tell the tale. You asked me a question, and I can't even fucking answer it. What are we doing?
You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
about the historical fact
lesson. Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Pantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as
what the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because their governments had made
deals
with
left voluntarily?
Either Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're lying and you're fucking dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini, killed 180 Jews, hundreds were injured, widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound
Okay,
voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip.
No,
You
no,
can
no,
play
no,
it.
no.
One of the most important scholars on this issue
Oh my God,
is
please.
an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Bennett.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country?
Why?
Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you,
Hasan.
Hasan.
That conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before
Why
the
is
bombs
Israel
went off,
being established?
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked
okay,
the
great.
idea
So let me hear
of
what
going to Israel.
so
you like Israel.
Yeah, you're a
What do you
liar.
mean?
You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Shlaim actually
My
said.
research, I established that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal Party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masouda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Shlaim, you fucking liar. No, you listen to this fucking story. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right. Even
Listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that...
What would you say is your favorite game lately? Also, love this back and forth debate, it proves that you can talk a lot and be completely wrong.
Favorite game lately has just been The Last of Us 2 PC port. Been playing that. But thanks for the donation, Karina. This debate is interesting and exhausting at the same time. It's pretty fucking brutal.
Not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs. I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about
Memoirs
his
of an
time
Arab Jew.
in
It's a
Israel.
newest book,
He writes
I
about
know.
his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan,
he said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did
My
not
friend.
leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer
My
safe.
friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way. And
Yeah, because
here's-
you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's
No,
why, because you're a fucking
first of all,
liar.
he absolutely
Contend
does,
with what
but
I said.
hold on,
No,
let me explain.
contend with what I'm
Ethan,
saying. He said we did not leave
Ethan,
Iraq
the
because we were
plan-
Zionists. We left because we
Ethan.
were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that?
Ethan,
Explain what he meant by saying
Ethan,
we didn't leave
this is
because we
not-
were
this is
Zionists.
not
We
the guy
left
you
because
think
we
it
were no
is.
longer safe.
Okay,
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't
Let
wait
me
to.
tell you
And now
something.
explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were
it's
Zionists. We
not-
left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian, you fucking moron! You racist piece of shit!
What?
Because Iraq and the Pan-Arab
The fuck does that have to do with anything?
They nationalist movements that arise out of
You are
Zionist
out of your
violence
mind.
is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so
You
what did the
cannot make
Jews
this
in Iraq
comparison.
have to do with fucking
Zionists
Israel,
were the
you-
ones
you
who
bigot?
actually fucking
You are
terrorized the
so out of your
Palestinians.
mind.
And then Iraqis,
Dude, you screaming and
cannot point
grandstanding
to
doesn't mean you're
Iraqis
right.
or Iraqi
This is
government's
pathetic.
racism
Okay.
during
Dude, this guy's crashing out hard.
the Pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
You
that...
fucking racist piece of shit.
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq?
Do you
think
want...
all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that
the
what you
fuck
think?
were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left
Because
Iraq in fear.
why?
I've never
Because
said that there were
why?
no
Answer the
Iraqi Jews
question.
that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are
Hassan,
not
you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
You
were numerous
coward.
pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the
movements.
Yeah, you won't answer the question.
You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
Because of
reasons. Why did the Israeli
anti-Semitism.
government-
They hated Jewish people. They had nothing to do with Israel. They were
Shut
forced
the
to leave.
fuck
They were
up, dude.
chased
Shut
out.
up.
They lived there for thousands
hated
of years.
Jewish people.
They had
Yes, everyone
businesses. They had
hated
homes. And they
Jewish
were
people.
forced
It's
and
weird.
banded to go to Israel
Thousands-
because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
That
was
has
already
nothing to do with them.
taking
You
place
Oh my god. Bro, this is brutal. Oh, this is so embarrassing for Hasan.
British
fucking
mandate
dumbass.
Palestine, Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was their,
Do you
so
think
you're
the
blaming
Aliyahs were
them? Are you
happening
blaming the
in
Iraqi
one-
Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me
I'm
racist.
not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not
Yes, you
comprehending
are.
my point.
They left.
I've never just
Oh my god. Edonate Tillers, do you like living in India 2.0? Well, it's not too bad so far.
The reliable car ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ in stock ਸਾਡੀ ਕੋਲ 2025 Honda Civic Sports ਹੈਗੀ ਆ you can own this car in only $290 bi-weekly with $0 down for best deals ਆਉਣਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਆ ਖੜਵਾ
Okay, that's very weird. Already seen that.
All employees are going to steal from you. You have to realize that. They all kill time and don't do what they're supposed to do. You have to accept that. What bothers me is when they steal employee time. I have a lot of employees from time to time who will say, oh, I just need to stay 30 more minutes to get this done. And I say, no. Get out of the office. Most of our employees stop working at 5:30 or 6. And at 5:30 and 6, I walk down the halls and I say to each one of them, get out of here. You're losing money. And what I mean by that is if you're paid for 40 hours a week, that's X dollars an hour. And if you stay an extra 30 minutes a day, you are losing money. Your employer is stealing from you. They're kind of taking advantage of you. They should be paying you overtime. So if you work more than 40 hours, you should be paid overtime. Make employers respect your time, get out of there. And I tell employers, it's okay to keep people. It's okay to do that, but make sure you know you have to pay them.
Yeah, that's based. Thanks for the donation, E.
Because the Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
You're
I
materially
have
wrong. You're
openly
lying.
recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know hard concept, all Arab,
Yeah.
they all have the same
I know,
mindset.
let's go
Other
over them,
countries and their
genius.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
Let's
were
go over
being
them.
designed
In Egypt,
mostly by
You
Western
want to talk
nations.
facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
In
you don't
Egypt.
know, you got fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain to you
Hasan,
so you
let
can
me-
fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add home?
No, I want to tell you my
No, you
perspective.
want to
This is
talk.
supposed
That's
to
the
be
problem.
an
You don't want to
acknowledgement
listen.
of
You've talked
You're supposed to
plenty.
be attacking my perspective.
You called me
Let
racist, bro.
clarify
Then
my
what you do is
position
shut the
so you
fuck
can
up and listen to
understand.
me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. They had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews
It's
for
not
their own
just
anti-Semitism,
1948.
you go
It's
right
not
ahead.
just
But that's racism. Now let's talk about
I
Egypt.
also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following
Ethan,
anti-Jewish
is
riots
Egypt
and bombs in
Palestine?
Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
It's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do
to
with that.
return?
They were forced
Has nothing to do with that.
Right?
to go there by
Every
the
single
Arab
one of these countries
countries.
have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own
It's time to listen,
voluntarily.
son.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying
You
the
are
Nakba.
packaging them together
No,
to
no
make
one is
a
justifying the
horrifying
Nakba. I'm
position.
explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running
No, you're
of
fucking racist because
discrimination.
I don't discredit the plight.
But
I
I'm
think
not.
you're-
I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not
Why'd they
justifying
leave?
that at all.
Why'd
you
they
think
leave?
that? You think that because you want to drive home a point that
Why
this
did they
is
leave? Their
anti-Semitic.
communities that have
You
been there
are
for
making-
2,000 years, leaving their money, their
You will
businesses,
never
their homes.
understand.
Why did
I
they
don't think
leave?
you'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's
do you
defending
think,
the
do you
Nakba.
think, do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes,
Yes, they are.
why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for
Where's the
fucking
Ottoman
hundreds
Empire?
of years?
Let's talk about the last 100 years.
Christians
That's
in
great. Yeah, the
Western
Ottoman
Europe
Empire was
were-
great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish
of
riots
course
broke out
Israel is-
after
of
the
course-
war. Hassan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the
Oh
war,
my God.
After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the establishment of the Israel.
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get
Yes,
heated
careful,
sometimes.
right.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms.
Lie.
Others were
You're a liar.
were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically
Do you think
proven
that, wait,
liar.
do you think that Jews,
and I feel
I just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned to saying liar
The amount
that you're
that
undermining
left,
your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to
Ethan.
become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries
after
are Palestine.
That is
None of
an
these countries-
insanely
these
irrelevant
countries
point.
are-
What does that have to do with anything? Like, I'm just losing my fucking mind listening to this. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh, Gummy can take over the stream for a bit while I go pee. Hey, Gum. Gum. Okay. SV donated $2. Oh no. Hope that cat doesn't catch the bird. Oh, kitty. Oh. Saying hi to a kitty friend.
Couldn't then, even she said couldn't sing at all. They used to turn the mic off so that it wouldn't come through. I mean, how crazy, of all the women in the world, why was she allowed? Why did they?
That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, SV.
What a cute kitty.
Yes, Gum is a sweet kitty. Thanks for the donation, kitties.
A series of bombs
Dude, you
targeted
can't
Jewish
make a
areas in
comparison
Cairo between
between
June and
the planned ethnic
September.
cleansing campaign
They
and
killed
other
70
countries.
Jews,
That's my point.
injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan, Ethan,
in 1956 with Suez Crisis.
One is direct
1956
violence,
when
direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you blaming the Jews for getting?
Are
you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison
That's why it's anti-Semitic.
That's
why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jews. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. Expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt
Sorry,
as an
what is
example.
wrong about
Half
that?
of these countries
What
that
is
you're
wrong
pointing
with
to in the time when Jews were leaving were literally controlled by English and French, by the English and French colonial occupations. What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong? Go ahead.
God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often sometimes Western powers, and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight. When you make this comparison, that's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their home?
The Armenian genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire, and the forces, and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted a mass extermination campaign is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after independence and as a
equally dispelled. Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom
It's
happened as a
ironically the same fucking thing
direct result
that's the way
of
that
the
it was
war,
taught
bro.
in the past. That it was
By the way,
it
did
was
you
a
say
necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you? Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was?
Sorry,
able to
I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli, anti-Jewish riots broke out amid post-war unrest. Synagogues were burnt. Jewish institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory. Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the Declaration of State of Independence of the State of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured, Jewish homes and businesses were looted and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned.
Negard donated $2. Oh, pigeon. All right, thanks for the donation, Negard.
Banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you ask Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that
I'm not defending the Nakba.
From separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and the Israelis' right to have secure borders. As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000 were relocated. In Tunisia, 130,000.
As a matter of fact, the PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
"Oh, what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that piece of information?"
Dude,
so the PLO, Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
To be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights, bro. You deny the flight of Middle Eastern Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern
I don't
Jews.
deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely
You
deny the
understand.
trauma.
You are
No, you
attributing-
deny
you
that
are
they
making
left
a
by.
comparison
You've tried to say that they
between-
left by choice. That is a gross historical
No, there are
inaccuracy.
Jews that left by choice.
Yes,
That is
some
true.
did. Of the
There are Jews that
900,000, the vast
absolutely left by
majority left
choice.
because they were afraid. Because they were being
Ethan,
discriminated
there
against.
are
That is a
Jews
historical
that-
fact. 6-day war
Have you ever
aftermath.
actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is.
And
You're
of
just
course,
fucking
we-
yelling
well,
at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting
Oh
time
my
for,
God.
buddy?
This is the reason why you're
No, I have
repeating
heard you
shit that
talk
I have
about
not
it time and
thought-
time
the shit
again.
that I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, okay, not acknowledging
Oh my
the
God.
trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Oh my
You
God.
characterize it like they
Look,
left.
Have you
by,
ever
yes,
listened,
I've seen
have
it.
you ever listened to anything that's not 30
Yes,
seconds long?
bro. That's
from
so
me?
ironic
Have
that
you?
you're saying that as you
I'm
misquote
literally
Avi Schleim, who
right
said
now,
he
and I'm
fled
trying to
because he was
defend my
afraid
position that I have
and not
made
because of
clear
Zion. Here's the
numerous
clip.
times over and over
Here's the
again,
clip.
but you're too busy trying to
Here's
get
the
gotcha here.
clip.
So you're
Here's
just
the
fucking
clip.
farm a clip. But everyone's still gonna think you're a fucking loser,
Here's the
dude.
clip.
I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen. Do you want to
Here's
actually
the
hear my
clip. I'm
perspective?
shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank
for
you.
the Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to
This
its
is not the
Zionist
fucking
project,
quiet.
the Zionist
By
ambition
the way.
of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched a clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was
No,
the
I'm
main
dismissive
force.
about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they can actually go and either support Israel.
They're right. They're right. Literally every Muslim Arab nation, they were attacked. Like, what the fuck?
If they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this
Which
process.
was minuscule.
It was a mutually beneficial relationship.
Minuscule.
That anti-Semitic pogroms
Minuscule.
did
What
take
you
place.
fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because
Oh
the
my
Arab
God.
countries turned on them after the war and forced
Yes,
them
I
to
get
go to the
position
only
you're
state
trying to arrive
that they
at, which
could
is
go
that it's a
to.
necessity for Israel to exist, which
What?
is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up
Do you deny what I just said?
Wait, say it
Do
again.
you
I wasn't
deny
listening.
what I just said?
Wait, say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs, the anti-Semitic
There you
Arabs.
go. There
What?
you go.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Okay, well, I mean, you can.
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense
That's
you're fucking tripping on.
unbelievable.
That was my entire
It's
point.
historic.
Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking
interesting.
Arabs. There's
Was
a
he
reason
not?
for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They have
fucking
nothing to
Arabs,
do.
right?
Do you think the Iraqi
Yeah.
Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan,
you
remember
deny.
a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia
There's
and
absolutely a
anti-Semitism?
double standard, and you exhibit it, my
And
friend.
you're participating in it right now without even
It's
recognizing what I'm doing.
historical. I mean, I'm just telling you
Yeah,
literally
no,
what
it's
happened.
historical racism. All Arabs
They were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948
dude, you don't
war,
understand.
the
That's
rise
not
of
even
Arab
the point of
nationalism
contention here. You're
created a
having
lot
comprehending what I'm
of
saying.
anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate.
Ethan.
That's a fact. That's a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's
How
just
do you know
pure
that?
racism.
How do you know that?
How
do you know that it's not real?
shifting the blame over to
It
the entirety of
absolutely
Arabs
was the blame
at
of
a
the
time
Arabs.
when every single one of these Arab countries
Absolutely.
with
Who
their
else kicked
own
them
version
out?
of pan-Arabic nationalism,
They kicked them
half
out.
of them were already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in
designing the
Tunisia,
Moroccan
okay?
expulsion program.
Neck hurt donated $2. So it's gonna be N-words.
3 oh fuck. Nether flame dips.
Yeah.
Silly black people. They always think they can accomplish everything by just sitting around. What?
Dig it, dig it, dig it.
Here comes our black nigger.
Thanks for the donation, Neckhurt.
Program. And you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Like pointing to anti-German
I don't need an
racism
analogy. I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states.
Oh, really? It's not what you're
saying. So I didn't say anything wrong.
I take issue with.
I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't say anything wrong, but I'm racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment. That also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave?
Regardless of whether or not they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave?
It is not comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing
that.
And by the way, they're both,
talking about. You made that comparison to say to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
Because people like you ignore the trauma of the fact that
countries.
you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
They can.
Okay, how? Tell me how. How did the Jews go back to
their... They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to.
No, they want to.
Why would they could?
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed.
And by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So, yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
answer
from this
the
point.
Fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay.
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba.
You
I'm talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
And you really deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians.
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
Why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two people were traumatized.
I think that
there was two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one.
Unlike you acknowledge both groups. I
acknowledge both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries.
At the same time, following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact.
You also failed to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return if they wanted to.
How many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many Jewish
people? I think
0
right now, but they can.
How many Jews live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it?
Virtually none. Where'd they go? If it was so fucking great for them.
Why would Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
0 Jews. Almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of Western states.
That's the insane.
I don't know if it's worth finishing this. Like.
Destabilizer in the fucking region with mass migration happening.
Nighty night, Chef Poppy.
Especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the you already okay, whatever.
I would appreciate if you would just listen to one thing.
You already said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent. I'm like your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually.
I'm fabulous, bitch.
The heel Hamas crowd huffing insane copium about Anne Frank after this.
Anne Frank, who as a child was famous for being a pacifist, is one of the most insane things I've ever heard. What the fuck? Have they not... There's no way they read the Diary of Anne Frank. I don't know about the United States, but in Canada, I'm pretty sure that's mandatory reading. The Diary of Anne Frank. Ethan Klein admitting it was better for Anne Frank to die than survive and try to fight off the Nazis and escape is fucking wild. He never said that. These people are just psychos. Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist. No, Ethan, Anne Frank is famous for being a child that was murdered by a fascist regime. They never read the Diary of Anne Frank. They never even read it, and they're saying this. Thanks for the donation, retard. Nick Gurr donated $2.
I hate niggers to fuck.
I know what he's saying. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe. All of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camps in the
but you
UK?
say all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East.
The
None.
anti-Semitic.
Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his family's trauma on
will
Zionists.
You talk to him?
And
will
not,
you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to
If
agree with me. I read it from his fucking
If you're so
book.
confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So, listen,
No,
I'll
you
debate
should.
all these people instead of
Finkelstein.
you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watched it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
Our endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me. I don't give a fuck about watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of watching your fucking
videos on your
YouTube
channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched zero about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
You made the hate videos, dumbass! Your fucking platform, ProPal's actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny. You're just a liar.
Asmongold has been a valuable figure. Shitting on me this entire apartheid is only going to get worse and worse. These, or you're likely to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is...
Okay. Well, that's enough of that. Oh my god, that was tiring. Yeah, Hasan looked absolutely terrible in that debate. Like, he got wrecked and completely and utterly steamrolled, caught lying an innumerable amount of times, and was proven to be an anti-Semite. Yeah, I'm assuming what's going to happen is his audience is just going to, again, lie, gaslight, and cope. But nothing's going to change. Everyone's still going to be a fucking idiot. None of this matters.
About a month ago now, but still. So he's coming in off this pretty big victory for him. It's technically an Arnold Classic title. He's now going to the Olympia. This Pittsburgh Pro is not really going to be is the taper or
Yeah, this guy has a much better physique than Nick Walker.
the X-frame that Good Vito has in that pose. And that's why I said I think it's an important distinction to make with Good Vito, that I think that is his number one fourth-on in this in these Instagram updates, but sometimes it doesn't translate as well to the stage, and I think at various points throughout Crizzo's career, he's had kind of that same issue. Only get to see, but I think when Ramon comes to this, is this clip that they go on stage.
Okay. I'm gonna go head to bed. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be on tomorrow night. My mom's coming over, probably gonna go mountain biking and stuff, so I don't know if I'll be too tired to stream tomorrow, but I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow night. So I'll see you all then. Maybe. But thanks again, everyone, and sweet dreams.